like this. There it is. I've never found a love like this.
Hello everyone, welcome back to E20 Zone TV Deadline Day special. This is going to be a long ass stream. Get me words out, but it's Deadline Day, and West Ham are in talks with people. It's like we're here, and we're also looking at people that could be going out the door, which I'm a bit gutted about. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'll wait for everyone to sort of appear in the chat before I do talk about that. Last night was a bit mad, I must admit. I won't lie. Last night was a quick summary from me. Game of 2 halves yet again. West Ham in the first half, a bit all over the place, but didn't really trouble them. Second half, we come out and we was phenomenally good. I ain't gonna lie, we was amazingly good. I can't stress enough on that. And to get a point when we're unlucky not to get all three is a major plus. Do you know what I'm saying? Lewis is in the house, our first member. If you want to be a member, please do join. I've got some really, really good stuff coming up with the lads, honestly. And some of it's proper funny. Some of it is West Ham related, and some of it is betting related. So I'm covering the betting side of it. Lucas and West Ham Online are going to review Pussy Man Dan's tweets, which will be fun. So if you know who Pussy Man Dan is, then you will enjoy that little thing in the membership. But I'm here to talk about the transfers so far. And I'll be honest with you, the window's been absolutely mental this year. I won't lie. Haaland going to Manchester City is unreal, really, for what he's doing at present. I think he's one of the best signings, like for the value and just what he brings. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to get into sort of our transfers, right? And I'm going to go through them one at a time and see what everyone else thinks. Do you know what I'm saying? And when I do look at our transfers and I look at the players that we have sort of got at our disposal, I'm really, really over the moon, like to say the least. Now, I'm going to start with this man. All right, Areola for me, I think is a great signing. £8.5 million, I think he raises to about 11 million. He's our goalkeeper once Fabianski decides to retire, and I can't stress enough how important it is to have a decent goalkeeper. We all remember Roberto and how bad Roberto was, and he was very, very bad. But Areola is the future, and I think, give him his due, he could have went and played for someone else and started right now. But he's chosen to come back to West Ham and be our goalkeeper for the next 5 years. And I think it's a great signing from West Ham to sort of nab him and get him in at such a low fee. Yet again, another signing from PSG. We like to do our business with PSG. And I think it's a great signing. I really do. Moving on to this man. Aguerd, gutted that he's injured. I will say this. When I look at Aguerd, he got injured right at the wrong time. Like, he would have been absolutely phenomenal in this team. He really would have been. And for him not to be starting this season, and like he ain't going to come back till about October time, November time even, I think it is. Then for me, it's a shame. It is a shame, and that's why West Ham are trying to scramble around to try and get cover at defence. Because let's be honest, if we lose one defender, then we're all over the place. We really are. Do you know what I'm saying? If Zuma gets injured or Kira gets injured, then we are scrambling about. I don't think Abonna's fit, mate. If I'm being honest, if I'm being truthfully honest right now, I can't see Abonna coming in and starting a game and from start to finish. I think he comes on as a sub, but not as a starter, especially in the Premier League. I think in the conference you might be able to get away with it, but not in the Prem. So I can see why West Ham are looking at other centre halves like Bednarak, who has decided to go to Villa today. So when I look at Aguerd, obviously Aguerd is a major miss. He's a major miss for us, but he's an absolute bargain for £30 million, and he is. All right, he will be another top class signing. I will say that. I'm going to just roll through these, and then we'll talk about transfers. Hopefully, the lads will come on when they're good and ready. This is going to be a long stream tonight, so listen, I'm not going to rush it, but we will see what they have to say when they come on. Let's get to this man, Flynn Downs. I don't know what to make of this signing. If you want me to be honest, right through the transfer window, this is the one signing that just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Right, we've got this man in really because he's a West Ham fan. Like, can I see Flynn Downs really playing games? Not really, not really. I think he's like the backup of the backups. Really, do you know what I'm saying? For me, I think it's a good signing. I think he was excellent at Swansea. I've done a video with a Swansea fan, and he couldn't praise him up enough. Where does he fit for West Ham? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know whether this is a future thing or this is a Warburton signing or what. I don't know with Flynn. Listen, I think Flynn will be a top player for West Ham. Like, he bleeds claret and blue. He's a fan. It helps. Do you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to other stuff, like other sort of players who can come in and do more positions than him, I think he's a sort of player that can come in and do a job, but nothing else, in my opinion. Do you know what I'm saying? He ain't going to like create goals from deep. He's like a bulldog. He just gets around and just tries to nick the ball and move it on. So I think Flynn's a good signing, but yet again, when I look at the signings that we've made, we go through them one at a time. Flynn's really, I think, well, where's that signing come from, really? But it is what it is. Flynn's a good player. So let's get to what you all think. I can't believe that injury. Yeah, not gonna lie, mate. I really can't for Aguerd. How should we set up when Aguerd comes back? I think it's 3 at the back, mate. If I'm being honest, I can see West Ham setting up 3 at the back in the future. I think it's 2 at the minute because they're scrambling it around. But yesterday we went in the second half and all the players are there. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? I think he goes 3 at the back with wing backs. I'm surprised with one wing back, which I will get on to later on, why he wants to leave the club. And he looks like he's leaving the club, which I'm gutted about. Downs' potential for the future. Moyes maybe wants to help develop him more. Maybe. Same faults, Jack. Same faults, Jack. Yeah. Evening, mate. Any news? Not at the minute. I will get to the news that West Ham have put a bid in for an ex-Fulham and Chelsea player from Torino. I do remember the man's name. Onana is his name? I think it is. Might be wrong. I butchered that. But I do remember him for Fulham 2 years ago. Lively player, pacey, up and down. I'm sure. I'm not sure if he's left back or right back, but I will find that out later on. Going back to Flynn, it is a shame. But he will get his chance, but it's just when he gets his chance for me. It really is. Let's go to this man. I think this is the signing of the summer for me. People will say Paqueta 51 million, Scamacca 33.5 million, even Cornet at 17.5 million. But I do think Kehrer is the signing of the summer for me by a country mile. £10.1 million from PSG. I think we've nabbed this geezer, and I said it last night on the player ratings. I believe we've took this geezer like really under the noses of a lot of clubs, and I think where PSG don't really value their players, they buy players in, give them a go. If they don't work out, they just get rid of them for cheap and just get someone else in. I think we've picked this geezer up who is a top class defender. Like, I watched him last night. And his intelligence, not just to defend, but to read the reading of the game, I think is absolutely excellent. He was my man of the match last night by a long way. I know Souček played well, but I think Kehrer he's just good at everything. He's good at passing. He's good at crossing. The amount of crosses last night that he put in that were absolutely peach perfect. And I'm thinking, wow, is this man going to be our right back or our centre half? I even think he could go in and play as a defensive midfielder. So it's going to be interesting to see how this sort of pans out with him. Is he going to be first choice when Aguerd comes back, or if we sign another centre half? I don't know. But listen, I would love it. I'd love him at least right back. I think he's got the pace to go up and down the wing. His crossing ability, as I say, last night was peach, absolute peach perfect. Like some of the crosses he put in an absolute beautiful cross. with whip and speed and everything on it. And I was like, whoa, this geezer's the real deal. And for £10.1 million, right, I don't know who's picked him up, whether this is a Newman signing, a Moyes signing, or a bit of everyone. For me, do say that he is the sign of the summer for me. I know people have got their preferences about other players, and I will get onto the other players, don't get me wrong, but I do think Kehrer for £10.1 million, and you get rid of Diop for 16 million, you let him go, and you bring him in, it is night and day in class, in a class factor for me. So I'll get to your comments, see what everyone's saying about Kehrer on this. Spurs fans crying about it should have been a penalty. They should learn the rules. I totally agree, Lawrence. Kehrer's got pace as well. He kept Kane quiet. He did last night, mate. He did. I've got to be honest. Last night I was fearing Kane a little bit because he loves to go against us, but I didn't really see much of him, really, if I'm being honest. And Kehrer was unlucky for the goal. Don't get me wrong. He really, really was. And I felt sorry for him last night because every time he plays at the LS, it's either he gives away a penalty or he scores no goal. But after that, the way he performed was phenomenally good. Phenomenally good. Like his passing, just his range of passing, he's just elegant in what he does. Do you know what I'm saying? So I will get to this comment here, then I'm going to bring someone on. It's probably a Jack Sullivan signing. It probably is, mate. It probably is. Right. Where is he? Is he? When he gets sorted out, I will bring him on. So there's someone in the background. But yeah, like I say, Kehrer for me is my personal sign of the summer. Don't get me wrong, Paqueta is going to be amazing. Don't get me wrong, but I do think for the value and everything, he's the man. He really is. Let's get him in. James, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm good, mate. Assess West Ham's transfer window for me, man.
Excellent. Actually, I think I compare it to the Pellegrini transfer window where we spent like mass amounts over well over 100 million the time he was here, and compare it to that. There's no comparison really. You know, that one was just full of personalities. This one's full of the right players. I think we've managed to sign players that have stepped up a level. You know, you signed a starting centre back for Morocco, starting centre back for Germany, a starting striker for Germany, and a starting midfielder who's got 30 caps for Brazil. All coming within this window. We've improved areas that need to be improved. Our centre-back core was getting older. We've got in younger players who are around 26, 25 years old. We've got in a midfielder who's just turned 25, who's exactly 1 week younger than me. We have brought in the striker that we've been calling out for. We've brought in a little bit more depth in the team. And there's, you know, we've strengthened in areas where we need to. We've actually managed to get suitable depth for every position, and it's not like we're just, for example, like where if Cresswell goes down, we had Masuaku. It's like we have a reliable backup at least, and that's
it's like quality depth, isn't it?
Yeah,
exactly. Quality depth.
That's the one. That's the term I use.
It is for me. I think it's one of the best windows West Ham's ever done in Premier League era. For me, I just look at us. I've never seen us this good, especially in the windows.
Yeah, it's a pretty good window. Yeah, I mean, we get a couple more players in on deadline day. Great, but you know, at least it's not late. It's not like season's gone by. I'm okay with it. We've managed to get it done pretty well.
What do you make of the rumours that I'm seeing on my screen in front of me that Ashby could be on his way to Newcastle? Now, if Ashby goes to Newcastle, I am going to be a bit disappointed with that one. I really am.
Yeah. I don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes in the academy, but it seems like a lot of players leaving.
Yeah.
I'd tell you that. It's not like Rice or Johnson. I don't know what it is. They've come through. Obviously, they've started for us, so I don't know what's going on. There's something wrong with our academy, I think.
Yeah. For me, when I look at our youth system, I look at sort of West Ham have gone up another level, as in like playing ability. Like when you look at the players that we've got, you just mentioned there, Italian international, German international, Moroccan international. Do you know what I mean? We're signing proper international footballers. Do you know what I'm saying? Who
Right.
are sort of quality, and we're not asking these young lads to come in and try and be quality. We're signing quality. So for me, I think the academy is overrated because it's the West Ham Football Academy or the Academy of Football, and I think we overhype it because of past. Do you know what I'm saying? But for me, I will be gutted about Ashby though. He's one player that if he does go, he's that'd be raw for me because I've watched him play quite a lot, and I think he's a quality player in my opinion. You know what I'm saying, James?
Yeah, he thinks so as well. He thinks so as well. Actually, so that's a bonus. He's gutted Ashby's leaving. So I'm gutted Ashby's gone. In all seriousness, because I think he's a good right back. We need a right back. I mean, we've got Sofal, Johnson can play there. So it's one of those where
Kera can go there and all. I can understand that.
Yeah,
but it's just I don't know. It's for me for £2.5 million. That is like
pennies.
It is, yeah. Like for me,
phenomenal.
Out of all the signings this window, James, which one is the best signing for you?
There's not just one. It's not just one.
No.
There's Skamaka, I think, is going to turn into a very good striker with the time and the games. We talked Cornet. We didn't talk about Cornet, actually. How the hell did we forget about him? Cornet, I think, is going to have a good connection with Skamaka. We got a player who's proven himself in the Premier League in next to no time. So that's the goal. And Paqueta, I'm excited about. It just needs, obviously, games to show his worth. I'm excited about Kura, in all honesty, because I think he's a good centre-back. And I'm pretty excited about basically Skamaka, really, because we finally got a striker. We're crying out for it for 18 months or so. Actually, a quality striker. I think we finally got it. Just took Rob Newman and his magic.
Yeah. What do you make of the rumours about the ex-Fulham and Chelsea player? I can't pronounce his name. I remember. I can't say his name. Yeah. I remember him from Fulham about 2 years ago, and he was not bad. I do remember him quite good because he used to love a yellow card. He used to get a yellow card quite a lot. So, what do you think on him coming to West Ham? West Ham have put in a £6.9 million bid in for the man, and he's been rejected. So,
I would like another right back, in fairness, given the situation, but I don't really know a lot about him, to be honest. I don't know if I like him or not.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's one of them where it's like, yeah.
It just seems like, why would you go for him when you could probably get Wan-Bissaka out of Manchester, really, if you really wanted to?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So no one is one of your, like, no signing this year has been like sort of your standout. Like they've all been different in their own ways for you.
It's different in their own ways, but they're all really good. So it's not like I've got no reason to be pissed off or anything.
Nah.
Oh, he's alive.
Yeah. So what about Dawson?
That's a difficult one because you got to think about a family commitment. People just going to say to him, "I'll move to London." It's not that easy. He's been based in north of England for a long time. They don't just say, "Oh yeah, he'll move to London." No, he won't. Just if he wants to go for family reasons, let him go for family reasons. Okay, because I don't know if he's going to get any game time once Aguerd's back. We got a few centre backs. I don't think he's going to get game time. Unfortunately, now it's different.
He reckons.
Sad though.
What people have said, they reckon he is staying. But I don't know. I just feel if something does come up, West Ham might let him go right at the end. If West Ham could get a replacement in, they'll let him go to someone. Do you know what I mean?
Here's the thing: if he stays and he doesn't want to stay, it's going to cause a big issue. So
it is really, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what we don't want.
I agree. I'll tell you what I'll do while you're here, and as we carry on, I just said Kera was a player. I might as well go to him. Go to this man, Maxwell Cornet.
I actually completely forgot about the guy. I'm not going to lie to you.
Would you say he's another little bargain at £17.5 million from?
Yeah. Like that's next to nothing in this day and age. 17.5 million is tiny, but we managed to get him in relatively out of the blue. That how it all happened. I mean, it was loan, this permanent, that, but we ended up going with the permanent, and he ended up signing. In his first season with Burnley, he scored 9 goals in 26 games. Set piece is good. Crossing's good. Assisting's good. So you got a full triple threat there. Right, baby.
I think he's a really, really good signing for the depth. I don't know where he fits in the team in the Premier League. I will say that. I think, does he get in front of Benny at the minute? Probably not.
Maybe not.
Yeah,
Bowen. Like a new signing.
Yeah, even Paqueta. Paqueta's going to start eventually, so there's no way a £51 million player is going to be sitting on the bench regularly. So for me, it's interesting where Cornet is going to fit. But I'll be honest with you, I think it's a great signing. I think it is a great signing for the value and for the geezer's age. I think he's about 26, 27, I think. So he's only young.
He's 26, yeah.
Yeah. So he's only young. So for me, I would say that's another really top class signing. Do you think these signings are through Newman?
Yeah, well, he's got friends in high places.
Yeah.
Don't he? So if it were David Moyes, we'd be having a load of championship shite. If it were just down to David Moyes or some scatterbrain. So Newman's been mainly doing his thing. This is a man who built Man City to what it is today. Let's not discredit that. So he's calling us Premier League ready. Well, yeah, he is. He's had one season here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's. It's an hard one with Cornet for me because I like him. I like what he does. I don't know about him just continually playing for conference. I would want a bit more than him in the conference. I'd want him in the Prem a little bit because I think that's where he knows it. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, listen, I think it's a great signing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Isn't he?
While you're here, I might as well get to this man. Let's have a look. Where is he? There he is. Paqueta. Tell me about him, mate.
Okay, I was actually, I think, where was I? I was getting pissed on Broadway in Nashville when my brother texted me about him. It was like class signing that, and I'm like, what? It was Arsenal side. Oh, it's West Ham's going Paqueta. I was like, what? What? Took me like a few hours to get over it, but I was like, okay. Okay, we're not messing about there. 51 million.
51 million, 43 up front. That's a different level now, isn't it?
I think what it is we done Leon over in Europa League, and he's seen what we're about, and he's got the connections with Cornet and Emerson as well. So they put in a good work.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to put in a good work. So there's method in the madness actually behind it.
Yeah, I hear you, mate. I really do. Are you surprised though West Ham did get this geezer? Because I am.
Yeah,
I really am.
I thought he was going to go to Newcastle or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Or Juventus. Mind you, we've beaten Juventus and PSG to Scamacca, so it shows levels. It shows something.
It is surprising when we're beating them. Yeah, when we're beating these teams for these players, then it's unreal, really. If I'm honest, here's a good comment from Andrew. Yeah, I see. We might be interested in right back Max Aarons from Norwich. I would have that kid all day long. All day.
Right back option. Actually,
he's fast.
He
can play. I would have him, mate. I called it a long time with Max Aarons. I'm surprised that he's still at Norwich. Are you though, James?
Yeah. He
I would have thought
last year.
Yeah.
He should have started off by now.
He got linked with loads of teams. He got linked with Atletico Madrid, German teams.
Borussia Mönchengladbach.
Mate, he got linked with loads of different clubs, and he's still at Norwich for some reason. But 100%, Andrew, I would definitely have Max Aarons, mate. I'd go and pick him up.
I still think we should if we get a wing option to cover Bowen, Mudryk.
Who's he play for?
Shakhtar Donetsk. It's weird actually because I know someone here in Canada who is of Ukrainian origin who's got that exact surname.
Yeah,
and he's a telecaster for a sports channel, but they're not related. So Mikhail Mudryk, they're calling him Ukrainian Neymar, not because of his goals, not because he dives and just acts like a little bitch on the field. It's because he's rapid.
Yeah,
the guy's like speed. We need speed on the counter, and the Moises flick ball thing with that counter where Antonio hit the bar. Yeah, great. We need a bit of speed on the counter though.
Yeah,
Bowen has been a bit off. So Mudryk could add a good option there. They could have him on a rotation. That'd be good.
I might as well ask you about last night. Well, I wait for the other lads to sort of everything. What did you make of last night's game?
I watched it at 30,000 feet on a plane, so that's the first time I've done that. But and then a bit in Denver Airport. One of our best performances in a while, actually. I think Spurs are a really good team. We slag them off a lot, but they're a good team. Bear in mind they got really good players. They've had a really good window. I think second half first half we were okay. We were good. I think for a lot of spells. Kerr own goal, easy to slag him off. I don't think he could do much about that. To be honest, it was like in his path. What could he have done? Really, it was like couldn't stop it. Second half, I think Souček played a lot better in the game. He's been playing a lot better. His passing and his ball carrying's got better, and he struck accurately. I thought Benrahma was great. Antonio was good. Kerr is the ball playing centre back we need. He cuts into midfields like a hot knife through butter with his passes. How penetrative he is. I mean, needed that someone who can really pass from the back properly, and he does that.
Yeah.
So he can do the defensive work. Kerr can put it forward. Cresswell disappointed me, though it has to be said. So far, first half disappointed me. I think Rice, good game. Antonio, like I said, good game. Bowen, there is going to be calls for him to be dropped, and it's understandable because I think he's not been horrific, but he's not been up to it still. Yeah. But overall, a really good performance from us against Spurs. And I think what it is every season, if we start off with 3 losses in a row or whatever, it just takes one moment or one game for us to spark up. And the Villa game or the Viborg game's done that. And now look at us.
Yeah, I hear you, mate. I hear you. I totally agree with what you just said there about Cafal. First half, I weren't convinced at all.
No, I thought fullbacks are absolute.
Second half, I was very much convinced. I thought it was excellent. What did you think of Spurs' new signings? Like, they got Basuma in there, who was must admit, he's a player that we was linked to. Obviously, Richarlison. And Perisic and all, he was in there and all.
Perisic
them three. Yeah,
seriously, Perisic annoyed the hell out of me in that game. Richarlison, cocky. If anything, he's just cocky and up his own arse. Perisic, like we said, it just did my head in. Who else did they have playing? Basuma. He's not really getting a lot of game time really for them. Basuma surprises me.
Yeah,
but yeah, Richarlison nearly cost his team with that error. So he's been, and it's doing all that tap nonsense, which has got him scrutinised.
I might as well ask you, Joe, because I know people bringing it up. Gary brings it up, right? And I'm going to get to it because I will do, on this channel. Yeah. But the board. Ask me. I'm going to ask you this, Who is fronting this money? Because people say it's the money that West Ham have saved over Europa League, January, etc. I believe this is Kadinsky in the background putting a few quid in and saying, there you go. Because West Ham don't spend 170, 180 million in a window. I've never seen it in my life, and I probably won't ever see it. Well, I might see it
Enjoy
again.
it while you can.
Yeah. Who do you think is fronting this?
Kretinsky's check money, and also his directors. Kretinsky's got to have injected a lot of cash into this club. We've got new investors coming in all the time, so we've definitely got this money from somewhere. Because I don't even know where we got it from, but I hope I do believe it's legitimate.
So do I. Like, I'm not going to lie. I've called this for a while, and I turned around and I said that I believe this is Kadinsky's work. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't think this is David Sullivan. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to knock David Sullivan and gold. I won't on this one because they must have signed this stuff off.
Yeah.
But for me, I think Kadinsky is the man who's going, right, I'm signing, right, I will put some money in. JP Morgan are fronting the money. So, again, another investor. So, it's an interesting one. Some of the lads don't agree with me on this. Mitchell, I think it's Mitchell or West Ham Online, or one of them. I can't remember which one it is. Said no, you got to give GSB some credit, and I'm like, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced on it because I think if Kalinski's not there, then there's no way they are spending 180 million. I don't believe it. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, it's one of the things.
Well, let's have a look. Let's see what else we got here. Well, I'll wait for the others. Let's go to this man, James. While you might as well. Gianluca Scamacca.
I knew about this geezer like 1 year before he even signed.
Another one that I think everyone said about Broja. Some people said about Scamacca. I did say about Scamacca. I said I want Scamacca at the club. I don't want Broja. We got Scamacca. How do you rate him as a West Ham player that we've signed?
Has the credentials to be a good West Ham striker. You know, the easy comparison is Paolo Di Canio, probably because they're both Italian. But Scamacca's got the height, so it adds a set piece element to a striker. He's got the physicality and the hold up play to carry the ball, and he's a goal scorer. Obviously, there's a risk with Italian strikers coming into this league because you know he just came off of one good season. Everyone was saying that didn't concern me. He's got 2 and 2 in the Europa. It's not like he's going to.
I think he'll be brilliant for us. I think this season it's going to be like a bedding in season for me.
Oh yeah.
I think it's just going to take a bit of time. Well, I do think he needs to score his first goal in the Prem. I will say that. I think he needs to get the goal scoring going. But other than that, I do believe he has to score. Do you know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
James, I'm gonna let you go, and I will catch up again with you later on, man.
Yeah, no worries.
You take it easy, mate. That was James all the way from Canada. Do you know what I mean? With his feline friend. Right, let's get back to the chat. Let's have a look. How does Mitchell rate Souček's performance? Well, you can ask him Happy Hammerette soon because he's going to be here. Do you know what I mean? When he can be bothered. Evening all. Is it just my end where there's no sound? Well, there should be sound. Log back in, log back out. Sounds good for me. I might as well talk about it. Let's talk. Obviously, we mentioned about Scamacca, so let's take him off there. And I'm going to go through sort of certain teams' transfers. Now, I'm going to start off with. Let's have a look. I'm going to start off with. Oh, this is going to be interesting. I'm going to start off with Chelsea for me. When I look at Chelsea and look who they're trying to sign Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang again. Like, he's going to come back to London. They signed Sterling. They signed Cucurella. They've also just signed Fofana. They're good signings, but I think Chelsea need a sort of proper out-and-out centre-forward for me. I really, really do. Why they have not got a centre-forward, I don't know. I think, are they hoping that Brogy's going to come good? Will they let Conor Gallagher go? Maybe. But they are in talks with Juventus at the minute. I'm just seeing it come through now that Dennis Saccharani, I think his name is, from Juve. So, well, I don't know what position he plays, but he looks quite decent. But Chelsea, for me, are the underspenders this window. I think they've spent a lot of money, but just all in the wrong place for me. Let's get into the chat and have a look and see what you think. For those wondering, the Black Labrador, that's part of Kobe. Good old Kobe. Back, YouTube playing up for me, clearly. Sorry, James, I'm late. Have I missed much? No, mate, not at all. I'm just talking about Chelsea's transfer window. I'm waiting for the lads to come on. This is going to be a continuous stream all the way to 11 o'clock tonight. So at the start, it's going to be a bit boring, but it will get better as the night goes on. I've also got Jack coming on from like an analytic podcast. He's going to talk to me about West Ham's transfers. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, as I was saying about Chelsea, like for me, Chelsea, their transfer window has been terrible for me. Do you know what I'm saying? And when I look at what they have got and what they need, are two different things, night and day, for me personally. So let's go to, let's have a look and see who else we've got on this little list of personnel. So I'm going to go to Leeds. Yeah, I think Leeds are the best team this sort of window for what they've brought in to replace Calvin Phillips and Rafinha. Some of the players that they have signed, especially under Jesse Marsh, I think are going to turn them into a really, really hard team to beat this year. I look at the players that they've got. They've got Tyler Adams, I think it is, Brendan Harrison. It's named two of them, two Americans who are very, very good players. And I think they're just missing a left back. They said I hear because what it is, I do the Twitter Spaces, and I think it's a left back that they're crying out for. And they just can't find a left back at present. So when I look at the signings that they've made, I think they're even looking at signing. Is it Dieng? I think it is from Marseille. I think he's another good player. £10 million, I think it is. So for me, I think Leeds have been really, really good this year in regards of like personnel and really getting over the loss of Rafinha and Calvin Phillips for me. Do you know what I'm saying? Let's have a look. Leeds look like a team who start well, then drop into free-fall in January. I don't believe so, Richard. I really don't. Not this time. I would have thought that, yeah, I would have done a long time ago, but I don't feel it with this one. I think Jesse Marsh has got these well organised and well trained, and they're very, very hard to beat. Who did they play the other day? They played Everton, and I know they drew the game, but for me, they're looking like the real deal. Right? Do you know what I'm saying? Well, I think they could easily finish in the top 10 this year, easily for me, if they keep performing the way they're going. If they do drop, then yeah, it'd be a bottom half finish all day long. Tell you what, I'm gonna go to this team. Where are they? Right, Leicester City. Me and West Ham Online had the bet of where they finish. I said bottom half. He said top half. They've just lost Fofana for £75 million. For me, that is a major blow for them. They've signed someone today for 15 million from Rems, I think it is. I fear for Leicester this year. I really do. I think they're not performing. I don't think they've even won a game. I don't even think they've won a game this year. So Leicester, with the signings that they've lost, if obviously Maddison's going to stay there and Vardy's going to stay there, they've still got Barnes, they've still got Justin, but losing Kasper Schmeichel is a major sort of blow for them. But he was their sort of leader, really. Do you know what I'm saying? So if it's going to be interesting to see how Leicester progress moving forward, they are in talks with someone at present. What I'm seeing is it Barga? I don't know if I pronounced his name right, but yeah, like we will see what happens with them. What else? Yeah, could go down this season. I agree. I totally, 100% agree. I think Leicester. I called it about 4 weeks ago. I done a show with the lads, and me and West Ham Online was at it like that, like cat and dog. And I turned around and said, I fear for them this year. And they was 14-1 to go down. I think Brendan Rodgers, for me, has been undermined a lot within the transfer window. Like today is the first time he signed a player. And, you know, to go and like not have no personnel in for the whole of the window, that's criminal, really, for any club. Do you know what I mean? And Leicester are a big club in the Premier League. So I do worry about Leicester this year. Do I think they'll get relegated? They would have to have a really severe drop to get relegated. But do I think they will be in the bottom half? Absolutely. I think I called it on that show. I said it's better the season for me. Leicester bottom half. Like when I look at the personnel they've got, they're taking Fofana out, and they've not really replaced him with anyone, really. So I don't know what's going on at Leicester. There's something more to it at Leicester, which I don't even know about, if I'm being truthfully honest. But I did hear when I was doing the Twitter space that they are in a bit of financial difficulty. So I think they're trying to balance the books and like sort their sort of finances out. it's going to be interesting to see what happens with them. It really is. Right, let's go to. Right, where is it? Tell you what, I'm going to go to. Let's go to Manchester City. Wow. Haaland's probably going to be the best centre forward on the planet before too long. I think it was £61 million that they've paid for him, the release clause. Now, for me, he scored 2 hat-tricks in 4 days, I think it is. He's unreal. He's unreal. When he played against us, he just looked a threat every time he goes forward. He looks like he's playing football. He's an adult playing against kids, the way he plays. And I must admit, City have done very well to get him to the Etihad, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, it does help when your old man used to play for the club, and City are a big club now. No two ways about it, they are a big club. But Haaland, for me, I think will smash 30 goals this year. I can't remember what the bet was. I think it was like 10-1, 20-1, something. It was something stupid for him to score 30 goals in the Premier League this season. And I think he's going to do it. I really do. I think whoever finishes above City wins the league, in my opinion. And I think City are just like a train this year. They are destroying teams, like not 1s and 2s, it's 5s and 6s. Like, I know they played Nottingham Forest the other day, but I've seen City before just beat them sort of 2 or 3-0, and that's it. But to go through them and not really break a sweat, really, it just shows levels. You know what I mean? One thing I will say about City is they haven't really got the squad depth. When you do look at their squad, you see players in their team that there's a lot of youngsters in their team, a hell of a lot of youngsters. And I think a couple of injuries, and I think they're all over the place. They have just signed someone today from Borussia Dortmund, a centre half, and he's a decent player. I'll be honest with you. They also signed Sergio Gomez from Anderlecht, obviously Haaland, Alcaraz. They've signed some good players. They've also kept Bernardo Silva, who looked like he was on his way out the door. So I think City are going to win the league. I do. I think there's no one stopping Manchester City this year. It'll only be City who do it to themselves, basically. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with them. Let's have a look. Let's see. Villa Nick Bednarak. He's having a medical now. Well, let's talk about Bednarak. For me, I'm actually glad West Ham ain't really got him, really. I don't understand why they would go for him unless they're I think he's a left-sided centre half. I think he could play in a back three. When I look at Dawson, I don't think it's over with Dawson. I think Dawson could go tonight. I think if a club comes in for him, maybe he'll go. Do you know what I'm saying? So, in one way, I think he might be just one of them lucky escapes. I think what it is, West Ham have said to him, you're not guaranteed to start games. And we will see what happens. We really will. We'll see what happens with him at Villa. Because I know saying Villa have been unlucky with injuries. I will say that. He's a DM, is he? Nice one, Tom. Could you tell the others, are any of them coming on any time this year, Tom, for me? Thank you. Right. James. Wow, it summed up. James, unbelievable. Haaland. Yeah, I agree. No chance. Bournemouth, Forest, and Everton to go down. Bournemouth, I agree. I think I don't understand why they got rid of Scott Parker, but I do agree they haven't done enough in this window, and I think they're just doing a Norwich, really, trying to just hope to stay in the league rather than like they should go out and sign the players. Forest, on the other hand, that's an interesting one. They've signed their 21st player today. I think it is Willie Bonney. I'd have to wait for Lucas to come on, right, to go through the whole of their signings. But they've signed some good players, Forest. I will say that, and I will get onto them shortly. And Everton's an hard one. They have just signed Neil Maupay from Brighton, who does know how to score a goal or two. Could Everton stay up? I don't know. I don't know. Like, if Everton don't start scoring goals, then they are going down. They've got goal threats though, like Gordon's staying, which is a great relief for probably all the Evertonians out there. That Gordon is not going to Chelsea. £60 million was scandalous, though, if I'm being honest. Obviously, they've got Dominic Calvert-Lewin to come back. They've signed Mopay. They've just signed the DM who was at their club before. I can't think of his name at the minute. And basically, they've signed all. They've obviously signed Onana and all, who we was chasing for ages. So it's going to be an interesting sort of year for them. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think Everton will go down. Bournemouth, I agree with you on. Forest, I don't know, and I don't think Everton go down. I think it's going to be a shock this year. I think someone who we don't expect could go. Like someone like a Wolverhampton could go, if I'm being honest. Right? They've started off poor. They've got some good players. So we'll see. When our teams are in tune with each other, wow, I can see a trophy this season. I'm dreaming. I agree. I look at us last night, and in that second half, we was unreal. And it is the best window for me. Right, to say this, this is the West for me. This is West Ham's best ever window, ever. Right, and I called it last year, and I said it at the end of the season. I said West Ham have to go out and have the best window of their lives. And this is a 10 out of 10 window. Like, people will say, well, maybe we need a central midfielder or whatnot. But for me, I look at it and think we've signed Kera. I think he's an absolute great player. We've signed a centre forward in Skamaka, who is going to we haven't seen enough of Skamaka yet to sort of say yes, he's that sort of player who's going to be amazing. But he's got the potential to be absolutely first class. The one that's blown me out the water is Paqueta. I've never seen West Ham in my life spend £51 million on a player, and for me, West Ham going out and spending that sort of money is showing a statement of intent, which is rightfully so. But we need to show a statement of intent. We're a big club in London, and we should act like a big club. Obviously, Ariola coming in is a steal for the money that we paid. Pardon me, excuse me. Flynn Downs, yet again, another good sign. Aguerd, really, really good sign. Really, really good sign. I'm gutted that the West Ham fans can't really see him at the minute. Because when I heard about we would sign Aguerd, literally through the summer, I was doing like watching him quite a lot from Morocco, and I'll be honest with you, I think he's going to be phenomenal for us. I just think it's just such bad timing for him to go and get injured. Do you know what I mean? At such the wrong time. So, yeah, we will see. We will see what happens with him, so to speak. Let's have a look. What else we got? Has Mitchell got over the Souček performance yet? Listen, I spoke to Mitchell last night and today. Mitchell's the one who done the thumbnail for me on this video, and he turned around and said he had to give credit where credit is due for Souček. I think Souček's got to do a bit more. Don't get me wrong. Like, he played well last night, but he's got to continue that form. But I'll be honest with you, last night he did turn up, and he was a great finish. Where realistically can we finish with our new signings? Do you know what? That's a good question, Hammer's dad, right? And that leads me on to this. Right, that's what I'm going to say. With the amount of money West Ham have spent this year, what is really the expectation? Like, what is the sort of, what is a poor season and what is a sort of great season? Now, for me, West Ham have to finish at least in the top 7. But to go and spend that kind of money, you have to be competing for top 7 this year. Have to be. There's no right. So, where's a bad season? I think anywhere in the bottom half is a bad season for West Ham. And I know people are going to say about the conference, but you can't put all your eggs in one basket with the conference. You're going to have to, sort of weigh it up as of when. But for me, the way I look at this is we've spent a lot of money, right? So there's going to have to be some sort of return on that. I really do believe that. So where does everyone else think? I'll let everyone get their comments in. Right? Where is West Ham's ceiling? this year. It has to be top 7 for me. That's just my opinion on that. What we got? Let's have a look. We have got. How would we set up when Aguero comes back from injury? I think we go to a back three. Bournemouth, Forest, and Southampton for the drop. Southampton's not a bad shout. Bournemouth seem to be the ultimate yo-yo club. Can't remember how many times they went up and down, but a bit like West Brom. What it is with West Brom, they don't really spend that much, but they try and buy Championship players to compete in the Premier League, and it just doesn't work. I've got to give Fulham a really huge amount of respect. Because I look at them now, I know they've just signed Willian. Yeah, they're trying to get Dan James on a loan deal. They tried for Justin Kluivert. Who else they signed? They signed some other good players in their team. Obviously, they took Issa Diop off us, which was like absolute steal for us, really. Daya, hope you're well, mate. 8th minimum. He has to get 8th minimum, mate, for me. 2 up, 2 down hammers. Hope you are well. Evening. Premier League is so unpredictable. Chelsea and Liverpool not rolling anyone over. Arsenal's form went last. West Ham have an outside chance for top 4. I don't think we get top 4. I think there's too many performances for West Ham where we chuck in the odd like shit one. Like there's too many times. Like when I look at us and I look at the way we sort of go about things, like against Villa, we got away with it against Villa. There's no two ways about that. Like against Villa, we weren't good, they weren't good, but we just managed to sort of nick a goal and win the game 1-0. Wednesday night, we were very good in the second half. First half, it irritated me a little bit. It was like West Ham were waiting to do something. Like they was waiting to go, come on, this is the moment now. This is your time. Like, and second half, they sort of put that into practice and got the goal which we deserved. Like, if we didn't get anything out of that game, that would have been like another Forest all over again. So when I look at us, can we get top 4? I'm going to say no. I think top 6 is on. I think Manchester United are having this little sort of run at the minute, but I think that could come to an end quite quickly after a defeat. Arsenal are unstoppable at the minute, I will say that. But it's like everything. They could go and win 5 and they could go and lose 3. And it wouldn't mean nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? I think it's a big test for them on Sunday against Manchester United. I think if they go to Manchester United and win, then Arsenal are serious contenders for top 4, or even higher than that. So, can West Ham get top 4? I don't believe so. I think it's top 6, top 7 for me. Let's have a look. Top 6, nothing else acceptable. Evening all. Cracking atmosphere last night. I have a chat down still. I think top 6 is a must now. We have improved on last season, and it'd be disappointing unless we win a cup. I think if we win a cup, you can sort of let it go. Like I think if we all said to ourselves right now, we're going to finish 11th, but we win the conference, no one would care. Like no one would really care. There's a lot of pressure to go and say that you're going to have to go and win the conference. The Premier League is the bread and butter, and basically that is where we want to be at. Do you know what I'm saying? So top 6 it has to be. I won't be impressed if Ben Rama is dropped on Saturday. Fair enough, mate. If we finished 8th and won the Europa Cup, I'll be happy. So would I, mate. I'll be over the moon. If West Ham won the conference and got 8th in the league, I'll be absolutely over the moon. Can I see us getting 8th in the league? Not yet. Not yet. I think we need to start winning a few games. Obviously, the league is so compressed at the minute. And I'll be honest with you, last night, and this is, I can't stand Spurs, yeah, but I'm going to look at it without my sort of West Ham hat on. I thought Spurs were poor last night. I really did. Like I thought, I looked at them and I thought they play one way, and that's just balls over the top and down the sides and everything, and just nothing. And when I look at us last night, we changed so many times to make sure we could overpower them. And yeah, eventually we did in the second half. We just couldn't get that second goal, which was a shame. There's old Stu. who's a Spurs fan. Will West Ham finally evolve out becoming the next flair player like Lanzini, Felipe Anderson, Fornells, Benrahma, fouled by the kick and chase nature of the club that belongs in the 70s. Stu, he's going to be great, son. He's going to be great. Sticking around the top 7, focus on Europe and a domestic cup. Can you imagine? I think for me, it's a big statement this window. Like, and I don't think it's over yet. I think West Ham are looking at other targets, like £170 million. And I know people don't agree with me on this, but I do think it's Kadinsky. I don't think this is GSB at all. I think GSB have signed off probably about 60 million of it, or maybe 50 million of it. And I think the rest is Daniel Kadinsky. Because we just don't go out and spend £51 million on a Brazilian international. It just doesn't work. No, if you took Kadinsky out of there, could you see him coming to West Ham? Probably not. Probably not, in my opinion. Spurs are a 3-man team, and that's the front three. Totally agree with that. When I look at their front three, I think they're deadly, all three of them. Like, I think Son was quiet last night, don't get me wrong, but he was still a pain. I think the Swedish lad was top draw. I think Spurs nabbing him from Juventus. I think they've actually stole him really for the amount of money that he's cost. Obviously, they've got Harry Kane up front, who knows where the back of the net is. So, for me, they rely heavily on them front three. And then after that, it's, that's not that back three that they had last night in Sanchez, Davis, and Dyer. That's not a top 4 back three, in my opinion. That's a top 6, maybe top 7 back three. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. What we got? Has the squad no excuses? Fair point, mate. It really is. He can't be unhappy, Moyes, with what he's got, because he's going out and he's literally hand-picking these players and just picking these players up what he wants. The problem is the players that he's letting go. That's the ones that I'm a bit concerned about. Like Ashby, why is Ashby not being offered another contract, or why is Ashby not signing a contract? That's a worry in itself. Do you know what I mean? And I think Ashby, if West Ham don't keep Ashby, I'm going to be bitterly disappointed with that. I think you're letting a top youngster go. People used to rave about Elise and Baptiste and whoever else there was in the academy, but Ashby was way up there. And I think for £2.5 million, I'm going to be bitterly disappointed if he's not here. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out what happens there. Right, let's have a look. I'll tell you what, I'll continue on what I was saying earlier on. I was talking about different clubs. Now I'm going to go to this lot, Manchester United. Wow. Ten Hag ball. I will say one thing, they've signed a good left back. That left back they've got, the Dutch lad, I think he's absolutely top draw. I think the Ronaldo situation there, in regards of Manchester United, I think is sort of sounded about with their transfer window. They've just signed Anthony for £86 million, which is a lot of money for a player that you come to the Prem, you don't know what you're going to get. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of dough. Obviously, Martinez, they've signed from Ajax. Who else have they signed in this window? They've signed a fair few players. I can't really remember off the top of my head. And obviously, Ten Hag is trying to work his sort of way up there with certain players. Obviously, Wan-Bissaka could be heading out the door. That's whether or not Ten Hag wants to keep him. But I just think with the whole Ronaldo thing, and obviously Man United are playing tonight, so if Ronaldo plays, he ain't going anywhere. I don't believe he's going anywhere either. I think Manchester United have sort of kicked into gear in the last 2 games, but I think they're one defeat away from a crisis. I think if they get beaten, then it's back to the drawing board. Obviously, also they paid a lot of money out for Casemiro, which was like 70 million, 60 million pounds. So Manchester United have gone big in this window, but have they gone big in the right areas? I don't know. I really don't. Like, it's going to be fascinating to find out what really is going on there. And I think if Ten Hag does lose another game, then I think the pressure builds back on him again. I think he's had a result with the next two. If Arsenal beat them on Sunday, pressure's back on Ten Hag all day long. So, yeah, we will see about that. Let's get to your comments and see what you're all saying. Right, let's go to if I was a manager, I would be bidding for Benny. Maybe. I don't think anyone would bid the sort of money that West Ham would want, though. I will say that West Ham would want at least 25 to 35 million pounds for him. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with him in regards of that. I don't think Benny goes anywhere. And the funny thing about it is when people kept saying about Vlasic, like keep Vlasic, he's going to come good. You won't hear no one mention a word about Vlasic, you know? Spurs fans are just happy Conte has got the Spursy out of them. Never mind how they play. Oh, possibly, yeah. Ashby has potential, but needs to go on a loan to Championship. I agree. I do agree on that comment. I think he's got the goods, but it's down to West Ham to sort of provide the goods in one way. But the only problem is with Ashby is, where does his future lie? I look at Ben Johnson, and I think Ben Johnson, a lot of people don't really mention this about Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson didn't want to be here last year. West Ham had to force the contract upon him to stay at West Ham. And he was on the verge of basically leaving and going somewhere else. So for me, I look at it and I think, well, why are you not giving Ashby what he wants, really? Do you know what I'm saying? Unless Ashby's asking for absolutely scandalous money, which I don't believe he is, but if he is asking for that, then I can understand it. But to let him go to Newcastle for £2.5 million, because that's what it's reported the fee is, I'm going to be gutted, if I'm being honest. Who knows? By the end of the season, they could be playing some good stuff. Right, shambles now. Yeah, it's all about Spurs. What we got? Let's scroll down. I want to win the Europa Conference League. Finishing top 10 with winning that is good for me. Totally agree. A lot of eggs in one basket, but I do agree with you that you have to win that. Do you know what I mean? Especially for the amount of money that we've put into it. We put a hell of a lot of money into this window. We really have. And if we don't get a return on this year of some note or some sort of progress, then questions will be asked at the end of the year. Do you know what I mean? Casemiro is what they needed. A lot of money for a 30-year-old, though, mate. Like £70 million for a 30-year-old. And the thing is, with Casemiro, he had a lot of top quality players around him at Real Madrid. A hell of a lot. And they were top quality players in their own right. So it's easy when you're playing a team when you've got top quality players. Manchester United have got top quality players, but he's going to be up against it. Right? Do you know what I mean? Especially whoever his partner is. If he's got like Tommy there or something, then it ain't going to work, is it? Let's be honest. Benny will be crucial this year. Who is Vlasic? I will mention about Vlasic. Obviously, Vlasic left the club, and a lot of the fan base was split big time on Vlasic. I, on the one hand, was like, no, not good enough. Right? Daya was the same. He was in the chat. Said, no, seen enough. He's just not good enough for West Ham. Other people was like, how do we know this? He's only played 19 games, etc. And I always believed that Vlasic was never going to make it at West Ham. He had a spell at Everton. I think he played 16 times. I think it was 18 times for Everton. And Everton didn't fancy him. And then he come to us. He played 19 times, scored 1 goal. And in the 19 games, I can't really remember a really outstanding performance that he done. So West Ham let him go, and obviously his shirt number has now gone to Paqueta. And there's differences in levels at the end of the day. You got Nikola Vlasic and you got Paqueta. You know what I mean? So good luck to Vlasic. I hope he does well in Italy and his career sort of blossoms. But for us, it was just never going to work, in my opinion. Ashby will play for England seniors eventually. He's that potential, yeah. No stopping City this season. Totally agree. Haaland isn't human. Yeah, he's a different level of player, mate. I think if West Ham do, you sell Ashby, we need to put in a buyback clause. Good comment. Good comment there. Bang on. I would do that easily, right? I would put in a buyback clause of say like 5 million or something. If Ashby does turn out to be the player that I think he will be, if West Ham let him go and don't put a buyback clause in there, then they're stupid. They're absolutely stupid. But I don't understand why we're looking to sell him. I really don't. Unless he's been told he ain't going to be playing any games. So, yeah. The thing is, he's probably asking for more money. Has he even started a Premier League game? He hasn't started a Premier League game, but he's started in the conference. And I'll be honest with you, I think he's better than Ben Johnson himself. Well, defensively, he's not. But I'll be honest with you, going forward, I think he's better than Ben, as I pour myself a drink. So I would say, yeah. Like I think Ben Johnson gets a. I don't know how Ben Johnson has been this year, really. Like, how would everyone assess Ben Johnson this year? But I'd have Ashby all day. Dawson's gone for sure. Well, I don't know. Has decided to return to France. Jim, that Man United midfielder needed some bite. Casemiro will do that. It is expensive for a 30-year-old, though. Yeah, listen, don't get me wrong. They need something in that midfield. They really do, but it's not a dough, isn't it? Reed recently, he's staying. I think Downs was a signing before we got the transfer kit. Good shout, Robert. It is weird, like that signing. When you look at when we started off, we looked at Aguerd, pinpointed Aguerd. Took us 5 weeks to get the Aguerd deal done. Then we looked at Downs and then Areola come in, and then it sort of progressed from there. And it seemed like as the window went on, it was like they was waiting for someone to say yes or whatnot. And then the last 3 signings, so you got Kera, Skamaka. Oh, we've probably got Cornet in there and all. Last 4 signings. Even Emerson. Well, I keep forgetting about Emerson. Emerson's in there, £15 million. And like when you add it all up, I think your point is pretty bang on, mate, if I'm being honest. It really is. Yeah. I heard Downs ain't even interested in football. He's more into property. Well, if that is the case, mate, then I don't get it. I don't get it, Elbow. I really don't. I just don't want Downs to be a Crowell Mark II. Yeah, listen, nor do I. Now, I've done a show, like as I said, with a Swansea fan, and he couldn't rave about him enough. Really could not rave about him enough. Said that he has got all the potential, and within the next 2 to 3 years, he'll be fighting for an England place. Now, for me, I don't understand where he fits at West Ham. Like, if you're getting rid of a midfielder, I'll be quite shocked if Conor Coventry's still here. Come the end of the window. Now, if Connor's still here, I can't work that one out because I don't understand where Connor fits. But Dan's coming in. I do agree with what Robert said there. Like, is this like has a pot of money just appeared on West Ham's desk and all of a sudden now we're going out and signing these players? Do you know what I mean? Do I think we'd sign anyone now? I think there's something in the pipeline. There has to be. But we will see what happens. We really will. When he was at Ipswich. Yeah, but what it is, when he was at Ipswich, he went from Ipswich to Swansea, and then he went from Swansea to us. So that was about 2 years ago that he was at Ipswich before he moved to Swansea and then to us. So maybe he's changed his tune. maybe he has. So yeah, we will see about that. Let's have a look. What else have we got here? I'll tell you what. I'm going to go to this team. I'm going to talk about Brentford and their transfers. Dansgaard is a signing. Yeah, it really is. Obviously, Ericsson went to Manchester United, who I forgot to mention when I was doing the Manchester United thing. Ericsson's a good player, don't get me wrong, but Brentford have know how to sign good players. One thing I will say, they signed Ben Mee, yeah, and he looks really, really good for them. Really, really good. Obviously, they signed Aaron Hickey, Keane Lewis Potter. They signed also the man who I was itching to get to West Ham, right? And I think Keane Lewis Potter will be a very, very much a success at Brentford. I feel if Kadinsky wasn't here and it was GSB, Keane Lewis Potter would have been coming to West Ham. I'm so convinced that Kadinsky's putting an extra bit of funds and said, right, get these players that you want. Aaron Hickey, I do believe Aaron Hickey was a miss for me. I think when you've signed sort of, don't get me wrong, Emerson's a good player, but Aaron Hickey's got this sort of youth, and I think he's going to get even better than he is now. I'm trying to think who else they've signed, Brentford, but they do know how to sign some good players. And this sort of money ball system where they buy small, sell big. They're a well run club, and I think Franks is a really, really good manager. Do you know what I mean? So let's see what happens with them. I think they start this year. I think they're too good to go down, but I think they will be at that lower end, probably about 14th, 15th in that sort of bracket. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens with them. Let's go and have a look. Right, I've done Leicester. Let's go to these. Now, Nottingham Forest, 21 signings. Now, I'm going to try and reel off a couple that I can remember off the top of my head. Obviously, the signing of Jesse Lingard is long forgotten with West Ham fans. But when you look at all that with Jesse Lingard, I think West Ham have got to learn not to sort of be held to ransom by any player. And if you look back at this a month ago, maybe 5-6 weeks ago, when Jesse Lingard decided to go to Nottingham Forest, a lot of West Ham fans were devastated, right? And a lot of them were angry with the situation, how a player had dictated to West Ham for so long, and he ended up basically choosing a lower end side for what? For money, basically. And obviously, karma is beautiful, and things do work out for the best. He goes there, and he's not really getting a sniff of any sort of form or anything. So, going sort of through their team, they've signed Lewis O'Brien, who I think is an absolute excellent player. Really, really do. Huddersfield player. Harry Toffolo is another one. Championship player, but got the potential to become even better. They've signed Dennis. They've signed Morgan Gibbs-White. They've signed a lot of players, right? And it's a dangerous game that they're playing here, yeah, because if these players don't gel, then they're in trouble because they've got a load of players who just can't get going. And it could really ruin them as a club. So I understand what their owner's doing. Their owner is sort of put the money in to say, right, I'm giving you the finances. I'm going to let you go and spend, yeah, and you go and get who you want to get, basically. But for me, when I look at that, they've signed 21 players. They've signed Willie Bonley today. They've signed another geezer, Josh Bowler, who's a good player, I'll be honest, from Blackpool, £2 million, but they've loaned him out. Who else they signed? Off the top of my head, I can't really remember because they've signed so many players. They signed the centre half that we was linked to. They signed the striker who scored against us. Obviously, Dean Henderson's a good signing for them. Like, proven Premier League goalkeeper, and he will save them points. But I think Forest, if this doesn't work, it's good night from Forest. It really is. Be interested to see what your comments are. So I will get to your comments shortly. Right, what we got? They've got that. Well, I can't even pronounce his name. Happy over it. So yeah, if you say so. Forest just buying bodies, not quality. They will be relegated for sure. I don't know. I think Dennis is a good signing for them. Another one who's sort of decent. But I do agree with you. Buying bodies is not going to cut it, is it? Really? I'm being honest. They need better than that. Top 7 if Moyes plays the right system and players. Totally agree, mate. We dodged a bullet with Lingard. I totally agree, Mark. I think a lot of what's happened with Lingard has followed on to what we've actually signed since Lingard sort of situation. I think something has happened behind the scenes where money has been given and said, right, you go and do what you need to do. I think Moyes has learned from this, and also I believe that he's tried to maintain and basically, like, where Lingard sucked him in, basically, Lingard really took the piss out of West Ham in one way. And I think Moyes has sort of was left with egg on his face. And I think the board said, right, we're going to back you now. You go out and get who you want. And he's basically cherry picking top quality end players. Do you know what I'm saying? So we did dodge a bullet there. Chiarte, another one, ex West Ham player as well. So many newcomers, it just won't work out in my opinion. Dennis was decent though. Yeah, I think that's where West Ham have changed for me. West Ham maybe 2 years ago would have signed Dennis. Yeah, would have gone after sort of like cherry picked all the players from like your relegated sides. I don't think West Ham are like that now. West Ham are going for proven, like decent players. So I can understand why they've gone after Dennis, because I think he's a player that could keep them in the league. Maranga, yeah, there's another one. Oh. I think Forest will just about survive, but Lingard won't have a good season. Yeah, I agree. I really do agree with you. We will see how good our transfer window was in the coming weeks. Yeah. Lingard hasn't done anything yet. Has he? I can't help but feel smug about that. Money though, mate. Money. Like I remember doing a space on Twitter, and I was talking to the lads, and I turned around and said, and we had a Forest fan on there, and the Forest fan was trying to defend the signing of Jesse Lingard, as saying, "Oh, Jesse Lingard was like it's a statement signing for us." And I was like, "Well, if it's a statement signing, you sign for 2 or 3 years. You wouldn't sign for 1 year, would you?" And that to me just says it all. Like, I think Jesse Lingard is going to do this year, and I think he's going to go to America. I think he's just going to sort of filter out. When I do look at other players like that, I look at Dele Alli, who sort of started at the top and he's playing in Turkey now. So there's a major thing going on with money and like the way people perceive the game now. Do you know what I'm saying? I think some people just get, I feel, just get had enough of it. They have enough of the game and go, I can't be bothered. And they'd rather go and play an easier league because it's more comfortable for them, and they're still going to get paid a decent wage. So yeah, guys, we couldn't have been stuck with Lingard. Now we've got Paqueta. Yeah. James, the board buy players. The board have more money now with extra board members. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but I do think a lot of this has come from Kadinsky. I really do. Do you know what I mean? West Ham just don't spend that kind of money, Dave, but I do agree with you. Can you imagine being one of the Forest players who's worked hard all last season and got promoted only to be replaced by a new player? Well, it was last season. A lot of their team was depleted because a lot of loans and players whose sort of contracts were coming to the end. I can understand Forest going out and spending money and trying to better their team, don't get me wrong, but 21 players is a lot. That is a lot. Like, you're trying to build a side basically for arguably one sort of season to try and stay in the league. That is tough. That is well and truly tough. Let me see what happens. Forever thank Lingard for not joining. We've got our Brazilian star boy now. Yeah, yeah. And I do think, as I said just a minute ago, I do feel it's because Moyes was left high and dry on that one. And I think the board has said, right, we've got to get Moyes back up, because I can imagine how disappointed Moyes must have been last season, this window, for not getting him. And let's be honest, Jesse Lingard has controlled West Ham's transfer windows for the last probably 18 months for me. Like, when I look at it and I think, well, last summer we was linked with him and he decided to stay in Manchester. This summer he's decided to go somewhere else. And when we had signed him 18 months ago, first couple of games it was like, we've got to sign this man, we've got to sign this man. And sometimes things don't always work out. Paqueta would walk into most traditional top six teams. Klopp tried to hijack the deal. Yeah, I did see that about Klopp. I did have to have a little laugh about that. No excuses. I agreed. Oh, we're agreeing as well. Change the subject. Who is the roller in the picture behind you? That is a picture of there is a picture of my nan, and that's the car I come out of when I was born, and that picture was taken outside the hospital the day I was born. So my nan is no longer with us. She died in '99 from breast cancer. So I'll keep that photo overlooking. Do you know what I mean? She was a good woman, and yeah, she was like a second mum to me, mate. So that is who it is in the picture behind me. There was a real buzz about the West Ham game last night, especially when Paqueta come on. Goosebumps. I've got to admit, I will talk a bit about the game because I'm going to try and rattle through until the lads do eventually appear on this channel. Last night, I see two sides of West Ham that I've like. That one side I do like the second half performance, I thought was excellent, absolutely excellent. The first half performance was good, but it was like we was waiting to do something. It was like, come on, like, you're in the situations, but you're like just waiting. But I've got to admit, when Paqueta come on, he looks the real deal. He really does. He looks like, I'm excited to see him progress. Do you know what I mean? And I think within the next sort of 2 months, you're going to see him literally turn into a massive baller. Where does he fit and what's his best position? Is remain to be seen. But for me, I think he's going to be top draw for West Ham. Now, listen, one thing I will say, I know I'm not the board and I cannot stand the board like for love or money, yeah. But I've got to give them some credit on getting the signing, because they must have all kind of like sat around the table and said, "This is the man we're going for." It's a lot of money, and I just don't want to hear people saying about Anderson, Haller, you know, other players that we've signed for big money. It hasn't worked out. West Ham are signing big players, and rightfully so, in my opinion. So, yeah, I agree. Stupid wages has ruined a few players. Totally agree with it. It was an amazing atmosphere. I most certainly think it was, mate. We now have options, which is good. Which is good. Like, we're not relying on youngsters and like 3 players in our team. Don't get me wrong. This year is going to be like no other year because of 5 subs. Like, I had 5 subs. No, we had it last year in the Europa League. Sorry, and we're going to have it this year with the conference with 5 subs again. But in the Premier League, it's the first time that we've had 5 subs basically. So for me, I look at this and I think, well, West Ham are buying squad depth, and it ain't just buying squad depth; they're buying quality depth. Like, the players that they're buying are top players. And I can't stress enough how good these players are. Like Kira, like, I know I rave about Kira, and people probably like it drive people mad, yeah, for how much I do like Kira, yeah. But for the value that he's cost, he could be another Craig Dawson, mate. Like a peanut signing that turns into a gem. you know what I'm saying? And obviously, people don't want Craig Dawson to go tonight. Um, I think Dawson will stay in the end unless a bid does come in, which could sway him. I think if he's being forced to stay now, then for me, that's not really a good thing, like, because is he going to be happy, etc. But maybe he's turned around and said, "I'm going to do another year." He's going to go through with it. So, yeah, or he could go in January. He could go in January also. Are we going to bring anyone in tonight? Hopefully, one or two more. Um, we got linked to the ex-Fulham player who looks very good. I've got to be honest. That's sweet, James. Yeah. Well, I am not a bad person, so yeah. I had to leave earlier, but what was Mitch's reaction to Souček's performance last night? As I said earlier on, Mitch will come on. No, he didn't come on last night. We spoke about it, and basically, he was quite impressed with Souček last night. Like, I'll be honest with you, I was quite impressed with Souček last night. It was something different with him. Do you know what I mean? There was a lot of one-touch football that West Ham just don't do. And fair enough, you've got to give credit where credit's due with Souček last night, 100%. Paqueta is that good. He could solve the Souček problem. I agree. I think Paqueta, I think he's going to be brilliant. I can't say more about that. I really can't. I look at him. Souček played well, but then so did Paqueta when he did come on. A lot of people weren't really convinced, but it is what it is. But this man is in. Lucas, we're talking about Paqueta, and now I'm talking about Lucas. How are you, mate?
I'm good. I'm ready to put in a little shift on this deadline day. A lot of activity going on, and hoping we get in the mixer for a little bit.
Yeah, I've done a little, a big chat about it, but I'm going to ask you a few things, and I'm going to let you crack on for a little while I go and sort a few things out. But who is the best signing for you in this window? Because we've made so many good signings, but which one is like the standout for you?
Oh man, that's a tough one because I do like Kerr. Paqueta, I think, for the money, could be a steal because we could potentially have a world-class player on our hands for £50 million. You know what? I really might go with Aguerd, really, because once he comes back, I think people are going to see how good he is. Because I know there's probably a good amount of people that didn't get to see the preseason match. He got injured, but he looks very good, and he's going to unlock this team a lot on top of all of our other additions when he comes back. So I'm going to go with him. Yeah,
I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. I think for me, Kehrer is just fucking the real deal, mate. I will say this: like the 10.1 million, I think he's. I think one thing I've noticed with PSG, they don't mind letting people go for peanuts. They just want to get them off the books because they need to, basically. But I was talking about Forest earlier and all their signings. Can you get up all their signings for us so we can discuss it a bit more? All 21 of them.
I think Sky is going to have to make a new website to fit all their signings. Let's see. Let me pull it up.
You've got your hands on the PS5. Okay.
Goodness gracious. I did. All right, I got it up.
If you share your screen, then I'll be able to have a look.
Yeah, here, I'll do that in a second.
Let's see all 21 of them. We can rate them. Wow. Zoom in a bit if you can. Let's have a look. We have Ryan Hammond, Dean Henderson, Omar Richards, Nico Williams,
Wayne Hennessy.
Wayne Hennessy.
Yeah.
Harry Toffolo, Lewis O'Brien, Dennis. Who's the other one there?
Kouyaté, Remo Freuler,
yeah.
Morgan Gibbs White, Hangwang Zhou from Bordeaux, Renan Lodi, Willie Boley from Wolves, and then Taiwo Awoni.
That is a lot, mate.
Gillian Biacone, Musa Niakate, Omar
even
Richards.
Willie Boley.
Yeah, that was an odd one. And then they're about to sign Michi Batshuayi.
Are they signing Batshuayi? You know?
Yeah, unreal.
That is unreal.
They're
mate.
doing lots of business right now, and I have to agree. Like, it can't be good getting 20 new signings. I can see if they got like, let's say like 12, but 21 new signings, that is unreal. None of them are going to gel until I feel like the plan is like, all right, hopefully they gel by Christmas, and then we'll go from there. Like their season starts a Boxing Day.
Yeah, I hear you, mate. I think it's a dangerous game they're playing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, it would be so hilarious though if they went down. Their wage bill would be absolutely. I don't even know if there's a word for it. Their wage bill would be absolutely effed.
It would be, mate. I want you to go to Leeds, right? Because I mentioned it earlier. Obviously, Harrison and Tyler Adams, your American brothers, were in the side. But it'd be interesting to see who Leeds is. If you can zoom in for us. And
we got Brendan Aronson, Rasmus Christensen, Mark Roca, Darko Giabi, Giabi, Tyler Adams, Lewis Sinistera, Sonny Perkins, and Joel Robles.
Wow. That is unreal. I've got to be honest. What do you make of old Daniel James going to Fulham?
You know, I think that could be a decent move for Marco Silva. The way Fulham are playing right now, I do think Dan James would be a decent addition for them. I've never really rated Dan James personally. I still can't believe United somehow got 30 million Great British pound for him. I think that needs to be investigated. But I mean, he seems a decent player for how Fulham and Leeds like to play. I am a bit surprised that Leeds are letting him go because they're going to be a little thin in the winger department.
Yeah.
But maybe he just, I don't know, maybe Jesse Marsh laid out a future without him, and he's not involved.
How'd you see Leeds doing this year?
I think I predicted Leeds to finish 13th. So I think they'll finish mid-table. I like the system they play. I like Jesse Marsh's tactics. Really, if Bamford could stay healthy and get them 10 Premier League goals, I think they'll be just fine. And he might not have to because Rodrigo is already off to a hot start, but he just dislocated his shoulder the other week or the other match. So, yeah.
We'll see what happens, mate. We'll see what happens. Right, I'm going to let you crack on, mate. Right? So I can go and sort myself out and do what I've got to do. And I'll be back in an hour because Jack is coming on. Interested to see what Jack's got to say. So, yeah, I'll let you go, and I'll catch you in a little while.
Gotcha. All right, people. I hope we are all well today. I don't know what everyone's been talking about today, but if anybody would like to ask some questions or get some topics rolling, I'm all for it. I'm just going to keep Fabrizio and David Ornstein's Twitters rolled up and refreshed to talk about some news. I haven't really been keeping up too much today besides with West Ham's transfer news, obviously. But from what I've seen, there's been some very interesting stuff. Yes, indeed, Richard. It is Lucas time. And I hope we're all well. I'm going to give a quick shout out to everyone in the chat right now. Shout out to Richard, Weddy Fap, Snazzy Azzy, Elbow, Happy Hammerhead. Hope you're well. Hammer's Dad, hope you're well. Epic Hash Time, hope you're well. Daniel, hope you're well. The Day's Banter, hope you're well. Scott, hope you're well. Pipeless, hope you're well. Lucas, what do you do full time? Right now, I'm actually in between a job right now. I'm basically looking for not a new career, but just something a bit better than what I was doing. How many do you think we will sign of any? Oh, it's a tough one because at the beginning of the day, it was a bit weird with the Dawson news because it looked like he was 1,000% going, and now it seems that he's staying, and we keep getting more news that apparently we're not going to let him go without getting a replacement, and he isn't too keen about that because he could have been promised that he was getting a move. It's a bit sticky right now because of how everything's unfolded. From what I've seen, Moyes pulled out on Bednarek from Southampton, who's going to Villa now. And I guess in Wolverhampton, I can't remember. I got to look that up. I think Wolverhampton are either stalling or went for someone else, but I don't know. It seems like Dawson's staying, but it could be a little trouble in paradise from what I'm seeing. So we're going to have to keep up to date on that. But I don't know if you guys have listened to this one. This is probably one of the more interesting stories of the day. Bamba Dieng from Marseille. He got an offer from Leeds, got on a private jet to go to Leeds, and as soon as he touched down, his agents got a call from OGC Nice, and Leeds got wind of that, and they weren't too happy that he's having a change of heart and thinking of moving. This is a tweet right here from David Orstein. Baba Dieng remains at a private jet terminal in France with an aircraft on standby. 22-year-old forward will be deciding whether to proceed with a move from Marseille to Leeds or accept a rival offer from Nice. That was 2 hours ago from Ornstein. He hasn't tweeted recently. His last tweet was about an hour ago. Some more Premier League news or English news. Fulham have submitted an improved second offer to sign striker Ben Barrington Diaz from Blackburn. Latest proposal for 23-year-old Chilean international believed to have been rejected immediately. So we got some hardball going there. I can see nothing happening. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, deadline day is just it's a giant mystery ball. I mean, we could see no 1 to 3 players tonight the way things go, and we still need to use our loan moves. So I don't think we'll be getting anyone exciting today. Like I don't know if James already touched on it, but Ola Ene from Torino, right back. That might be our most exciting transfer of the day, especially if Ashby's gone. We're going to have to replace him somehow. But I feel like that's probably going to be the most exciting news we get today. Many West Ham fans near you, Lucas. Yes. So currently right now in America, I live in a state called Maryland. It's by Baltimore, Maryland. I'm right by the capital of Annapolis, and I'm right next to Washington, D.C., and that's where me and some other people I've met go to the pub and watch matches. We have a chapter or a supporters group, DC Irons. If you ever want to check them out on Twitter, Instagram. Instagram is Washington DC Irons, I believe. Let me double check that real quick. And then on Twitter, it's DC_Irons. Yeah, Washington DC Irons. That's our Instagram. And basically, it's just about, I think our supporters group is about, I want to say almost 60 people deep, and we usually get a pretty good turnout every match. when it's a match day, depending on the time, because over here, like the earliest we'll have a match is 7:30, and then they're normally like 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and then the latest we'll get for kickoff is 12:30. But it's a great bunch of people. It was founded by some Brits, and I would say more than about a quarter of the supporters group are from England, and it's nice. Everyone is amazing, and every match day at the pub is really nice when we all get together. I think the most we've had in attendance was like 40. But there's a lot of big supporters groups in America right now. There's us in DC. You got Texas has about 2 or 3 pretty big ones in Alamo City, I think. I can't remember the other ones. Colorado has a pretty big one. California, Fresno, they have a big one. But yeah, supporters groups are pretty solid in America right now. I would say in terms of the Premier League, outside the big 6, so the normal suspects, we probably have the biggest support in America. And it's been really good. How old were you when you started supporting the Hammers? I started supporting West Ham not my freshman year, but when I started uni, basically. I started uni in the fall of 2015. And yeah, I can give the quick story because I'll be here for a little bit, and as we're waiting on transfer news. I've said it a few times, but I'll try and not make it very boring. Basically, what happened is I already liked football or soccer over here. I only use the term soccer now when I'm talking about the U.S. men's national team because can't call it the football team. And basically, I've watched football for on and off my whole life. I love the national team. I watched a little bit of MLS, but mainly I love watching the World Cups, and I've had some great memories with the U.S. team. But then I used to watch this YouTuber. His name is Spencer FC, and he was a West Ham supporter. He had a few FIFA series that I liked and followed, and then I just kind of he basically influenced me. And then there's this one football channel, it's Copa 90, one of my favorite channels of all time when it came to football. And he did a video called Why I Love West Ham. I'll actually show you real quick because there's no harm in that. Copa 90. It's basically, this is the video that it pushed the envelope for me to start supporting West Ham, and then it was all said and done. History was made for me, and that is how I started. My first, hold on, let's get this good shot in here. Here we go. Share the screen real quick. This right here, this video right here, if anyone's interested. Why I love West Ham. It's very, very good. And basically, like I said, that's what pushed the envelope for me. And I started watching fall 2015. My first favorite player that I saw at West Ham was Mario Zarate. Absolutely loved the guy. An absolute little jewel of a player. And I was gutted when he left because he did score some cracking goals. And I will drop the link to this video in the chat for you. Happy. For anyone that is interested or bored and would like to watch that in their free time. But yeah, that's basically it, really. I used to watch a FIFA YouTuber who did some really nice FIFA gameplay series, and then found out he was a West Ham supporter. Then he did this little cameo video on Copa 90. And I don't know, that video really just emphasizes the culture and the foundation of West Ham United. And with all the other sports teams and organizations that I follow, it really correlated with me, and it was history from there. No matter what, like really, I would still support this club if we were playing National League South. In all honesty, but yeah, one of the best times and moments of my life because now I'm here talking with all of you, going to matches when I can, and yeah, it's been great. And Dea, thank you very much for the £10 donation. Hopefully, this is your first, mate. Absolutely fantastic, top man. Really appreciate it. Yes, Baltimore Orioles are my team as well. It's been a rough past. I don't even know how long. I mean, really, since 2015 when we were in the playoffs with the Delman Young game-winning walk-off double. This year's been fun though. If we make the playoffs, I'm going to be very, very happy with the squad that we have. I'll be very, very happy. Happy Hammer, I miss you as always. I cannot wait to come back over and see you and all the gang. Are we still in for Gallagher? That I do not know of. I'm going to have to scour Twitter and pull a few strings to see X's patron, as I am not one, but hopefully someone can provide me with a little news on that. But I would hope so. I think on loan, I think Gallagher would be still a very good signing, especially if we could maybe get an option to buy, depending on how much that is. But I can't see us. I can't see us going in and buying him because he'll probably be. It's an interesting discussion what his value would be at. Actually, let me see. Let me go on transfermarket.co.uk and see what they're saying, because really Conor Gallagher looks a bit out of favor at Chelsea, and I don't think he is the type of man in the midfield they want going forward. He just doesn't seem like the type. He's very industrial midfielder, and the way Chelsea's set up in that 3-4-3, they need. I don't know how to explain it. Like they want. He's a box-to-box midfielder, which he fits the profile, but I don't know. He just doesn't gel with the mix of players that they have. Like him and Jorginho are not a very good pairing at all. Conor Gallagher. Let's see. Here we go. Transfermarket.co.uk has him valued at £22.5 million, which seems fair, but obviously he's 22. Oh, wow, we share the same birthday, February 6th. An Aquarius. Gotta love him. £22.5 million. He is 22 years old, so that valuation is probably doubled because he's English, obviously, young. Not Premier. I get he is Premier League proven, I guess, after his loan spell with Palace. But yeah, I can't see us dropping 40-ish million pounds on Conor Gallagher, especially after what we just spent with Lucas Paqueta. But on loan with an option to buy, maybe not an obligation. That would be nice, because I do like Conor Gallagher's play style, and I think he would fit in our system. But in due time, we will see what unfolds today. Late bid from West Ham to take Ronaldo from United. Absolutely lovely. Let's get him in. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Giannis. Yes, it is. Who's your favorite panelist on each one? Mine is James Fever and Mitchie Hicks. Baltimore is a town on the southern tip of Ireland too, and so Dundalk. There's a Dundalk, Maryland, which is in Baltimore. All right, I'm just catching up with the chat right now. I've been meaning to start watching. I won't call the Greek league an obscure league, but I do kind of like I like delving into different leagues that aren't obviously Serie A, La Liga, all that jazz. Have you tried pine mash or jelly eel? Yes, I have tried pine mash, and shout out to Gatesy. He bought me my first pine mash at G. Kelly's, and it was absolutely fantastic. I don't think I could stomach the jelly eels, but you know what? If someone put them in front of me and told me, I bought these for you, you need to try it, I would do it because I just had to. My first match or my first game, 1968. You know, that's funny. I have a friend of mine who is a DC Iron, proper British gent, came over. He brought over a stack of programs from God knows when. I just grabbed a bunch, and I'm going to see if I can find one from 1968. So we got 1973, 1970, 1971, 79, 77, 73. I'd be very interested to see if I could find one from the 60s. But I want to say the oldest one I have is 1970, which our dear son Bobby Moore should have still been playing. Oh, I know that. Let's see. As soon as I find a 1970, I'll open this bad boy up and see what the lineup was and who we were playing. Come on. 1979, 1971. Here we go. We'll open this one because, ironically, we have Chelsea away on Saturday. So you got this one right here, Saturday, the 22nd of August, 1970, 3 p.m. kickoff, just like Saturday. Let's open it up and see what the lineup was that day. We'll start with Chelsea first. In goal, Peter Bonetti, followed by Patty Mulligan, Ron Harris, John Hollins, John Dempsey, Marvin Hinton, Keith Weller, Alan Hudson, Peter Osgood, Ian Hutchinson, Peter Hausman, and Charlie Cook. And then for our Mighty Irons, in goal, Peter Grotier. Then we have big old Billy Bonds, Frank Lampard, Sr., Peter Bennett, Alan Stevenson, Bobby Moore, Clyde Best, Trevor Brooking, Jeff Hurst, Jimmy Greaves, rest in peace, and Bobby Howe. And, of course, back then, no subs because they're absolute mad lads that did not need subs. And I'll show you people right now this lineup for anyone interested. And we'll see if we got any interesting pictures in here. Yep, we got Dave Sexton and Ron Harris. The two managers. I'll show you all that. I'll tell you what, I really love these old programs. I have the program from the Frankfurt match here. And don't get me wrong, it is a lovely looking program. It's literally a book. It's so thick. Or it's not that thick, but I mean for a program, geez. But there's something about these old ones that just they hit a bit different. I like them a lot. And let's see if I can find any interesting stuff in this article. Here we go. We got Bobby Howe. Nice little colored photo of one of our own. And then on the back, we got Peter Ustas. I cannot pronounce that last name to save my life. If someone could pronunciate that in the chat for me, that would be absolutely lovely. And then Hammer's Rally Expert. The Hammerings. And then we got Hammer's Fan of the Day, Sergeant Will Goodwin. Thank you for your service, sir. But yeah, shout out to to Mike, I'm not going to say his full name just in case it doesn't want me to share, but gave me all these, and I took way too many. I don't know why I did, but I wanted to take all the basically I wanted to get one for like every proper English Premier League side. So like Stoke City, Burnley, Aston Villa, QPR, Sheffield United. I just wanted Coventry City. I wanted to get the ones that nobody would really care about. But these programs, I've gone through, I would say probably half of them just because I love looking at the pictures. And like I said, I think these programs are absolute quality compared to the ones we get now. They're just a bit too fancy for my liking. As Ronaldo is on the bench tonight, it would be impossible for him to get a medical at a last-minute move, wouldn't it? You never say die. Never say die. Yes, this season has been okay, Richard. I think we're on the up. We're on the up after our last two performances. First away game, Southampton, 1974, in the Texaco Cup. What a hell of a name. Let me see if I can find one from 74 real quick, since I already have them out. 74. Here we go. We'll go with Liverpool. West Ham United, Liverpool, Saturday, the 27th of April, 1974, 3 p.m. kickoff, of course. And that day, we had Mervyn Day in goal, Keith Coleman, Frank Lampard Sr., Billy Bonds, Tommy Taylor, Pat Holland, John McDowell, Graham Padden, Bobby Gold, Trevor Brooking, and Clyde Best. Liverpool in goal, Ray Clements, Tommy Smith, Alec Lindsay, Phil Thompson, Peter Cormack, Emlyn Hughes, Kevin Keegan, Brian Hall, Steve Hayway, or Highway. I think it's Hayway, or I can't pronounce that. That might be a bit too English for me. Phil Bozema. Wow, that's a mouthful. And Ian Callahan. And look, a little cheeky Volkswagen ad on the back. That little number right there. And then we'll leave it off with Keith Coleman. Keith Coleman in there. Absolute lad. They can do the medical afterwards if needed, I bet. Probably, absolutely. Nothing surprises me in football nowadays. They get things done in a matter of seconds, in hours. Have we had any updates on Ola Aina that's anyone's heard of? I think we're supposed to have put a £7 million bid in for him earlier today. All I know so far is we did have a total package of £8 million rejected. I think they're holding out for 10. So that is the latest as of right now, unless somebody would like to share any X news. Chelsea didn't rate Rice years ago. Yeah. Scott Venn, absolute top man. I hope you're well. I hope the chef is resting right now and enjoying a lazy day. Evening, Ed. Hope you are well. Yes, he's paying me in friendship, Scott. You heard it here first. What was your favorite place in London apart from the LS? I did go to visit the old girl, the old church down at the Bowl Inn, and I would say that was my favorite place because let me tell you, when I got off the tube, off at the station on Green Street, you could really, I got goosebumps. Really, you could still feel you could really still feel the atmosphere and everything's still there. Like everything basically is the same except there's no Boleyn, and it did make me quite sad. But like I said, I got off, I got a little goosebumps, but you could still feel the energy in the air. But yeah, it was great to see the mural, some of the graffiti, the Trevor Brooking and Billy Bonds mural. That was nice to see. But yeah, really, it was just sad to see that giant apartment building, as it is quite shit, and we all know a certain something should still be there, and we should still be going there. But look who has joined us, an absolute top man, Mitch. How are you, lad?
Good evening. Good evening.
Proper angle with that sip right there. Oh, goodness, it's 3 o'clock. The match is on.
Who do you want to win? I don't know, really.
Leicester, of course.
Do you?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I'd probably prefer Leicester.
By the way, people, we will be keeping up with the transfer news as this match goes on, but this may be turning into just a tiny little Leicester United watch along.
It kind of is like a United watch along.
But we will be keeping that news banging. We're gonna bang out.
Fucking will.
We're gonna bang out them tunes and news, baby, when they are provided.
Mm-hmm. But I can't see a chat tonight because I've got the game on.
Only
TV,
had a table of 5 in tonight, dead in here. Scott, that sounds lovely to me. That sounds lovely. Less work for the chef. What's up?
If anyone asks me any questions in the chat, could you read them out to me, please, or put them on here so I can answer them, or anything interesting to talk about? Because I can't see. Cheers, mate.
Everyone's saying hi to each other.
I know Ronaldo and Casemiro are on the bench tonight.
I need to see if where the match is being shown. I don't know if I have to go on the old Peacock or not, or if it's on cable. Peacock. The old Peacock.
It's on BT Sport for me.
Yeah, it's on cable for me. Oh,
good or bad?
Already on. Well, for me, I have satellite cable, which is very hit or miss. It's quite shit, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Fucking hell.
The match has probably started for you, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, like, I haven't even kicked off yet.
Really?
That's how far behind.
Fuck me.
Actually, hold on. I have to fast forward. I don't know why my TV's behind, but I'm fast forwarding right now.
From behind, I'll pause it for you.
Oh my gosh, people, word to the wise. Do not ever get satellite television. It is the freaking worst.
Yeah, come on, Leicester.
Okay. Yes, 23 players now. Wetty Fap. 23 players for the Forest now they have signed.
That's why I tell you what. It's not right signing. Not bad.
No, it is, like, don't get me wrong. I think Forest, in terms of players, Mitch, what minute are you on, or what second?
Sorry, I was seeing what's going on. Sorry, mate. 2:42. What you saying?
2:30, 2:40. You don't have to pause.
No, I will pause. Come on. It's got a delayed pause. 1 sec.
All
Go
right,
on. Keep counting.
250, 251, 252, 53, 54, 55, 56. There we go. Happy days. People, this is what me and Mitch do on the weekends when we have nothing to do West Ham related. We just watch the matches together, and we struggle to watch it at the same time and get the same seconds. Mm-hmm. Yes, but 23 players. Again, I think me and Fever announced these all before he left, but oh my goodness. I mean, don't get me wrong. They've signed some decent players, but I feel like when you sign that many players, how the hell are they supposed to gel? Like, it's gonna take until like January.
I don't know, mate. Sometimes they just come in and just fit right in.
Lucas, how big will football get in the U.S. in your opinion in the next 10 years? It depends on what you mean by that. I would say the sport has been growing for a very long time. Actually, interesting fact. This is when I first started supporting West Ham. This actually happened the same year I started supporting West Ham. There is a town in Maryland that I live by. It's about 35 minutes away from me. It's called Crofton, Maryland. And again, this was back in 2015. There is an athletics club, or like a youth organization, basically, that does like recreational leagues for the kids and all that. They had a West Ham collaborated soccer camp in Crofton, Maryland. Like, what are the odds? I'm gonna see.
Here come United.
I'm gonna see if I can find this picture. But the fact that West Ham was in collaboration with a small youth organization in Crofton, Maryland, was just like out of this world. So I would say the sport has been growing for the past like 7-8 years. But in terms of like, and that's just like playing. But in terms of the Premier League and just watching the foreign leagues from all over the world, it is on a very, very high rise right now. Like, everyone just wants a piece of the Premier League pie. They want the football pie.
Yeah.
And I got on it at the right time, thankfully. Or I didn't really get on it. Like I said before, when you guys asked me about how I started, I've been watching since probably about 2007, 2008. My sister played soccer, so I watched her in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
What's her name again? Sybil.
Tori.
Tori, that was it.
What did you say? Sybil?
You know why? I think the fucking bird in Taxi Driver's called Sybil. That's why I thought of it.
Is it?
Yeah.
I have to find this picture, but as I search, I'm gonna get to your guys' questions. I know I'm a little bit behind right now, but to answer your question, Snazzy, yes, and especially watching Premier League football, it has grown. The only thing that sucks about it is every person I know supports a Pig Six club and has like no real genuine connection with it, besides that they either win a lot, they like the way the kit or the badge looks.
The way the kit looks. That's the reason why people support them, yeah?
Yeah. But one of my best mates, who's a United supporter, I've said this many times, he's like one of the only people I know that has like a real legit, genuine connection with the club, and that's because his older brother, who looks like Rafael Varane, they're literally twins, he supports them, and
he goes Harvey Price. Oh.
And he supports them because his older brother does, which I respect to the fullest. I mean, I respect anyone's choice on the club they pursue to support, but like, I don't know. I like to. I want a little bit more mustard in there. I want a little bit more meat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
This is it right here. Look at this. Crofton, Maryland.
Oh.
This is the photo right here. A3 Soccer and West Ham United International Academy. 2015. Little old Crofton, Maryland. When I saw that, I was absolutely buzzing. I was like, this is unreal.
I can imagine, yeah.
And it even says at the bottom, be a part of something special. And, you know, when I talked to you guys about DC Irons, my supporters club, Jack Collinson has actually been in, like, Baltimore and Washington, D.C. a few times. We've tried to get him in the pub to watch a match with us, but he was doing academy stuff for Atlanta United. I think he's a coach for Atlanta United too. Their academy team that's in like a kind of professional league. Yeah. I don't know what he's up to now, but God bless him, you know. Oh, and Mitch, before you came on, I was talking about some of the people that I've met through DC Irons, and a lovely chap, Mike, proper British man, absolute gent. There was one day he brought a shit ton of old programs, and my goodness, we were going through some of the teams. Look at all these. We got loads. My oldest one's 1970. And we were going through some of the lineups.
Let's have a look at that.
You know, I'll pull a random one out for you. And so we got April 1st, 1978, 3 p.m. kickoff against the mighty Coventry City. And that day,
played.
Oh my goodness, where is the lineups? Why is there no lineup in here?
I don't know why this popped to me, but my mum and dad have got the newspaper of the day of 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
So they thought it'd be like worth loads of money in the future. They said they'll sell it like years to come, and it might be worth loads of money. Well, but you know what? It's a clever idea.
There's no lineup in there, for fuck's sake. But yes, best absolute player he was. All right, this one's from Happy. I have a question for you, Lucas. If you were a fly on the wall on deadline day at any Premier League club, where would you want to be? Not us included. That's actually a fantastic question.
Oh,
ooh, decent shot. Oh, that's a good question. If Sean Dyche was still at Burnley, I would love to be a fly on the wall of him just stressing out and begging the board for money, and he's cursing up an absolute storm. That'd be really nice.
It's going, I like some good Brexit players.
I need to look at that Craig Dawson.
Give me that fucking Guinness right here.
Let's see. I'm not going to say Steve Cooper because he's literally just like getting everything he wants right now, so that wouldn't be interesting.
Apparently, he smokes ganja.
Oh, that'd be sick. Well, no wonder why. His eyes are puffy as anything. His eyes look like they're about to pop out of his head. One of these.
Yeah.
He's just like if something doesn't work, he just goes like this. Good effort. He's like a cheerleader on the pitch. But this is such a good but tough question. Conte would not be bad because I know he probably presses Levy and the board all day long about getting a new player or something. So maybe Antonio Conte, that would be my answer.
I just want to be at Spurs, mate.
Huh?
I'd probably just want to be like probably at Man City, just be in the presence of Pep.
Yeah, but for me, when it comes for the question,
I want to fucking David Luiz. Who's that?
Jesus, regen. But for me,
it fucking is David Luiz.
No way, it's not.
It fucking is.
There's no way it's not. But like for me with this question, I want to watch a manager who's the most stressed and like is getting the most annoyed. I don't want to see like a masterclass.
Who would you say is the most stressed?
You could say Conte because he stresses about everything.
Yeah, true.
I mean,
he's the kind of man that his wife will make him a lovely spag bowl. You're getting on. He'll be like, grazie, grazie. He'll start eating it, like, and he'll just start like,
it's not good enough.
The plate. Yeah,
it's not good enough. But like, I mean, the obvious answer would be West Ham and Moyes. I would do anything to see a camera on Moyes or be a fly on the wall to just see him trying to plea and beg with the board. I need money. I want to see it. I think we were the last club in Top Flight to get a full color program. That would be very interesting. This summer window proves that the Premier League is the best in the world. The amount of class spread out throughout the league is just amazing. I do have 100%. To say this season is going to be one of the best we've seen since the formation of the Premier League.
Mate, it's been great already. Like every team in the league is a difficult game, I think now. Besides from Bournemouth, but the quality in every team, like, and I think I said to you like before, Lucas, like you look at the quality of teams in like say 2012, 2013, at the bottom half of the table, we were finishing like 10th and 11th every season. And you look at our side, fucking Gary O'Neill, Joey O'Brien, Guy DeMille, fucking Collison, Matt Jarvis. Like, these are awful players. And they still fucking got us 10th.
Yeah.
Like, the quality since then. If that was the team in this day and age, we'd be relegated, without question.
The quality right now is ridiculous.
I love it.
It's actually absurd, to be honest with you. Like, Bournemouth, but like Fulham have decent players, and even if you don't think they do, they're I think
Fulham are so underrated still and still disrespected. They set up so well. I think they'll stay up. I really do think they'll stay up this season.
I mean, they definitely could if Big Mitrovic bags 15 goals, they're 1,000% staying up. Because he looks like he's about to break the curse. Have you heard any news? Have you heard the news? Ashby not going to Newcastle.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Lucas?
No.
So it looks like Ashby's staying now.
Oh, that's beautiful. Hopefully we can get him a new contract. When did that happen? Did that happen after I got off?
Yeah.
Okay.
About 40 minutes ago, I'd say.
Oh, goodness. We have a bunch of Billy Big Bollockses in the chat. Yeah, Defo Scott, you think you can outdrink me? I know I can outdrink the both of you. So I'm going to throw my two.
Do you reckon, Lucas?
My two bollocks in there. My Billy Big Bollocks. If I think I could. I can put him down. And what goes up must come down. You feel me? And this one's for Paul.
Are you a shot drinker? To be fair, I know
yes.
you can drink loads of beer.
I don't like liquor, but I could take loads of shots.
See, shots is what does me.
Same.
Shots are so easy.
But I could.
Every time I've chundered after a night out, it's always because I've been doing like shots or Jaeger bombs. It's just.
Yeah, I'm much more of a beer and lager guy. I could.
So I'm not. I drink like 2 or 3, maybe 4 beers max, and then I just get onto the liquors. Yeah, you know.
My first away game was also at Southampton in '87. The Dell was an absolute dump, but I still loved it.
Adele? What?
The Dell.
Oh, I thought you said Adele.
They're old ground, I'm assuming.
North London little slapper.
I did loads of deals with Bobby Gold. He was mad. It sounds like an absolute mad lad, if you ask me. Great name. Great English name.
Bobby Gold. Has anyone got any questions?
Actually looking like he's staying now. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm catching up. I'm catching up to the chat right now. I'm about to breeze through them. I'm about to ignore this game on my screen. What games you been playing on that PS5, Lucas? The controller haptics are quite good. Me and Mitch have been playing Fall Guys, some Warzone. I've played Fortnite with Charlie and others.
Rocket League.
Yeah. My favorite game ever, Rocket League. It's just the greatest game ever, and I'm so good at it. Mitch will probably say otherwise, but I absolutely love and adore that game. It makes me so happy.
Mate, I've got a banging headache still. I've not been able to shake off the headache all day.
Did you take any aspirin or anything?
I took some paracetamol.
Thank God we shouldn't be selling our youth talent until we
see don't have any
if
parrots.
They can cut it.
The paracetamol.
Chelsea. Absolutely agree.
Huh?
I'm just reading out the comments. Thank God we shouldn't be selling our youth talent until we've seen if they can cut it. We ain't Chelsea. That is 1,000%.
I'm very 50-50 on Ashby. I hope he can. He's got something there. I think, but again,
Usual
like you can have something there and being consistent. We know loads of players have shown that, and not being able to do it on a consistent basis, or let the mental side of their game go. Reece Oxford, Dean Garner. To name a few.
Apart from the LS's favorite place was the airport. That Heathrow Airport is absolutely fucking gargantuan. It's massive, just like West Ham.
So, Lucas, what were you talking about beforehand? Any transfer updates? You talking about other clubs in the league with their news?
I just have Ornstein and Fabrizio on refresh right now.
What have I got? I need updates. All right, let's have a look. SB's a certainty now.
It must have been a culture
Keep an eye on Memphis Depay. It's not over yet. All right. Chelsea closing on Aubameyang and Zakaria.
Bellerin signed a 1-year contract with Barcelona.
Villa signed Den Dunker on a permanent as well.
Chelsea have reached an agreement with Hull City to send attacking midfielder Harvey Vale on a season-long loan.
Harvey Price. What did you say?
Harvey Vale from Chelsea.
Oh, no. Never heard of him.
England Youth International.
Every Chelsea youth player signed, you need to keep an eye on them, really.
Where's Depay going?
Don't know. It said monitor, but I don't know. I didn't really see where he was off to.
And Arthur Melo has completed his medical and will sign with Liverpool.
Yeah, I think it's a poor signing from Liverpool. I really don't think he's good enough
for them. Because I know you wouldn't have minded him with us. Real quick.
Yeah, I would have taken him, but
it must have been a culture shock coming over here, Lucas. I wouldn't say it was a culture shock. I would just say there a lot of small things were different. But I really loved the people that I met, and I loved the hospitality, and for some, not a weird reason, but a lot of people in England had very good manners, and they're very easy to talk to. I really appreciate that.
Fucking hell, you've been in good areas then. Tell you what, you start going to certain areas.
Happy
mate.
In the chat. Hi, Mitch, Stevie, Mitchie, Ed. Watch along is acceptable too.
Good evening, everyone.
Mitch, tell the viewers about who you bumped into last night. That's from James.
I just bumped into a bloke. Hopefully he's watching now. He said I should be more enthusiastic.
Couldn't we all?
Yeah, so enthusiastic, optimistic about us. And I said, mate, I can't remember what I said exactly, but I was just saying that
Lawrence,
I was optimistic. Like for Nottingham Forest, we lost that game. There's nothing wrong with not being optimistic for certain games, especially when we're playing teams that are better than us, like Spurs. But fucking hell, I'm just a real fan. Like,
Lawrence,
negative.
Lawrence says, surely we must be in for another keeper. 1,000%. Happy wants to know what your answer would be to her fly on the wall question regarding a manager.
Okay, my fly on the wall. Well, I kind of discussed it already about probably Man City. I'd probably say Man City, yeah. I think Man City. I'd like to just hear what Pep's going on. I just think it's a fucking genius.
Richard, that's what we're here to do. We're the impromptu squad. We're the impromptu duo. Richard says an impromptu watch along with Lucas and Mitch. That is what we do. We wake up every day. We don't know what we're gonna do, but we're doing something.
I'll do a bit of commentary as well after we've answered these questions, because apparently my commentary on games is second to none.
Denon Donker to Villa. Aston Villa signed Denon Donker.
McTominay, fucking superb. Look at that.
Poor pass, per usual. I hope we pip him. I hope we pip Man U this season, says Hammer's dad.
Yeah, if they'd have signed Donker, could sign him for them. I would have liked him. Can cover multiple positions.
Douglas Luiz on the move.
Oh, he comes right. Oh, fucking Sancho. Oh, it's 1-0 United. Fucking Harvey Price.
Leicester are bad. Leicester are bad indeed. Is Aubameyang a Chelsea player yet? It is
Dwight
looking
York
likely.
And fucking Katie Price's boy. He's done it.
Weddy Fap, don't go to bed. DG, I have to agree.
Poor defending Leicester. Very poor defending. Very open. Like fucking Katie Price's
Dave,
legs.
See you later. Hope
Shocking.
you have a great evening.
See you soon. Laters. You going for the question still, yeah, Lucas?
Views. Hi, Mitch and Lucas. How you been? Well, I'll answer for the both of us, unless Mitch wants to answer. I think we've had a great day so far. Eastside Views is asking how we've been.
Yeah, I've been off, done absolutely nothing. I've had a headache all day. I watched a film earlier called Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro in. Thought it was a good film. So I watched it. That's literally all I've done today, mate.
We've caught up with all the questions. Jeez Louise. That is my bad, people, if you put in questions and I was very slow. We're going to see. We're going to scour around Twitter and see if we can find any interesting transfer news.
Come on, Leicester.
Oh, Mitch, has there been any developments on Craig Dawson?
Not that I think of. I think he's just staying. I think we're just accepting it now, and so I think he's gonna have to accept it. I'm really upset about that. I would have liked him to have gone because he deserved. If he wanted to have gone, I would have wanted him to have gone. Like, he's been such a professional. He's not been on. He's been on barely any wages here, really, for our club, and it's been nothing but a professional fuss. And I think it's sad that, well, he might be playing half-hearted now, maybe training with a little chip on his shoulder. So,
yeah,
we might see a bad end to Craig Dawson's season, possibly because of that, which is a massive shame, I think.
I don't know. I think not knowing, but I think from what we've seen, the type of player and person he is, I think even though he's not quite particularly happy about the situation, I think he's gonna put his boots on, pull his socks up, and he's gonna do whatever he can and bleed for the club, play for the badge.
Yeah, true.
Which, fair play to him because he's an absolute legend for that. And I think we can all agree that it is unfortunate that he commutes all the way from Manchester to London, and the man just wants to see his family. Can't blame him. And I can, even if he did go, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm happy.
Wait a second. What time do they finish training?
I think they usually finish from the Ben Foster vlogs that I watched.
Manchester's quite far in it, actually, yeah.
From the Ben Foster vlogs that I'd watched when he was at Watford, they usually finish around like 3 p.m.
So getting home at 6:30, 7 max. It's not terrible, is it?
But it is kind of like, do you drive, Mitch?
Oh, Matt, I don't even want to get into that. Let's not talk about conversation.
Okay. I'm trying to get a gist of obviously
I know everything about it, so if you want to ask, go on.
Yeah, I know there's obviously rush hour traffic, but like when is there usually like, I guess, traffic in London, or I guess like a little bit on the outside?
Mate, there's always traffic in London, trust me. But prime time is usually in the afternoon. That time.
I did learn something.
Remember, he doesn't go to London. He never drives into London. He only, he comes along the M25, which is on the outskirts of London, and then comes in Essex. So
something interesting I did learn about England driving and all that. I did not know that you guys have a congestion toll or fee for
it's
going
bad,
into the city.
It's because the prices are really bad.
Yeah, and they use that nowadays. They use that to encourage people not to drive.
Yeah,
which is crazy. Because like over here we call them tolls, and like obviously if you enter a new state or you're going somewhere in the city, you just have to pay a toll. That's just how it is. So when I found out you have to pay to go into the city to drive, I was like, wow. Very weird, very strange. This one's from Corix? Isn't there another change for certain parts of London as well?
ULEZ is a thing as well. You got to have cars that I think are after manufactured after 2014, 15. I can't remember what it is exactly. If you have a car that's older than that, you've got to pay ULEZ when you drive into London.
Thank you, Elbow, for the subscription. Absolute legend.
Thank you, Elbow.
Love that.
What a name.
Hey, man.
Up the fucking elbow. Up the fucking elbow.
Oh, I love it. We're going to hit a quick old refresh. I'll tell you what. This Leicester City Man United match hasn't been too shabby so far. Nice to see a goal in there. I wanted to bet over 3 goals, but I forgot to. I had to take that power nap. I'm going to scroll down a bit more and see if we got any more news coming. But people, I'm not sure on West Ham news today. I think, like X said, it's going to go down to the wire to see if we got any signings. Who?
The quality of this football's been awful. But here come United.
Oh, that was a decent pass by Bruno there.
Not the best. Not the best weighted. I can't wait to see Paqueta. Who in the chat is excited to see Paqueta on Saturday? Cannot wait. It's got to start. It's got to start. Over 4 now for me.
The way he played with no training and no chemistry at all, I mean, does the guy need to really get bedded in?
That shows a lot, though. Rice is the same kind of player where I reckon he'd go in any team and just do his own thing and he'll look good. I think Paqueta's got. There's some players which would struggle. They'd have to get settled in. I reckon if Fornals, was to go to a different club and try what Paqueta did and come in straight away, he'd be fucked. He's a very systematic player.
I think you can agree with me, and this was the one thing I said on the player ratings, is that now we have Scamacca, Paqueta, and Rice. Those are three players where they're on complete different wavelengths than everyone else. Those three, though, they're on the same wavelength, and everyone needs to get on that wavelength. They shouldn't.
Yeah, even Bowen. I know people probably say Bowen is, but I don't think he is.
But Sancho.
Sancho's pulled off a fucking little flip for that.
But all those players around Rice, Scamacca, and Paqueta, they need to get on their wavelength. You can just tell Paqueta reads the game differently.
Yeah. But yeah, Bowen, I think, especially to start of this season,
Moyes will do his usual, easing him in as a.
I do think I did say last season. I do think we did overrate Bowen quite a bit last season. Us West Ham fans mess with it. I still saw sides to his game, which wasn't great, and it just didn't have that killer instinct, Bowen, which I think he still needs.
Yeah,
and real drive. And you know what? His end product as well. I think his final pass as well and his crossing is really poor. And that's something that's not brought up enough for me. I know everyone says Benrahma's crossing is awful, which it is. It's worse. But Bowen, really, for winger, his crossing's really bad as well. Considering Kehrer could now be the best crosser of a ball at the club, that's embarrassing.
It is. It really is. And unfortunately, I feel like that could become a factor into seeing us possibly move to a back three. Because if Kehrer can cross a ball from the third center half spot, the right center half spot. Don't say that.
We've got no right centre. We've got no right wing back, Lucas.
Yeah, I know.
Could you possibly see Bowen going as a right wing back, or possibly Cornet, and then the other one, either Cornet or Bowen, goes to right wing, and then Benrahma plays on the left, and then you've got Quetta and Rice in midfield.
I don't think it's wrong to think about this kind of things because Bowen has an absolute elite work rate, so you don't have to worry about him getting caught in possession because he is going to track back and get back. Obviously, probably not. He's not a good defender because he's a winger, but that's almost not really the point of a wing back. So and he's a good carrier of the ball. He can carry the ball. He's not necessarily. How do I even put this? I think he's a good dribbler and a good carrier of the ball, but he's not necessarily going to dribble past somebody. He uses his athleticism more than his skills, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
So him at right wing back, it's a nifty idea. I would say it's very adventurous and creative, but again, we have no fucking clue. I do know this for certain though. Literally, Thilo Kehrer it's probably the best crosser of the ball at this club, and it's a bit of a disgrace.
It is a disgrace, yeah. Lucas.
Yes.
Would you take? Not take. I think obviously I know you would, but I would love us to look at Pedro Neto next summer.
Of course, he's an absolute baller.
But I mean, I think we should. Fucking hell, Martinez.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus, what was that?
Ugh. Bob Forever has asked us any West Ham transfer news, and nothing yet today. Ashby's not going to Newcastle. Quiet. Craig Dawson seems to not be leaving, which is an absolute blessing, but at the same time, that might not go over well in the dressing room, or at least with Moyes. Anything else?
Let me have a look. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang ahead of medical tests at Chelsea as a player. He said,
anything West Ham? Or is that it? Ashby's not leaving. Dawson isn't leaving, supposedly. Is there anything else?
Unfortunately not. I mean, I would have liked some right backs to come in. Ola Aina would have been great.
Oh, yeah. We're looking at Ola Aina.
But I don't think he's coming now. I know that Ashby's staying. I'm pretty sure Olena's going to stay. And the fact that we've not been able to sell Dawson. Yeah, it's a shame because I did think another player would have come in. Especially a loan. Like I'm a bit pissed off that we've not made any loans.
Yeah, so Bob, it's looking a bit slow today for us. But
oh fuck,
we don't really. I mean, you could argue we need more, but I think at most we'll get maybe one more player before today is over. And this one's from Elbow. Do you think Bowen gone off the boil because he believed in his own hype? No, I don't think he's that type of player or person. We got to remember the numbers he put up last season were ridiculous. He had an absolute worldie of a season. So I mean, you can't
in terms of numbers he did, but I still feel like he could affect the game more.
I don't think Bowen is. Some people are saying that he might be into himself because he made the England squad, yada yada yada. I don't think that's the case. I just think he's having a rough patch after a great season. Which, I mean, we all know Jared Bowen is a very good player, but only the greats can really capitalize on a great season. You know what I mean?
You say that 5 games in a row where he's not been good enough. 4 of which was awful. He was awful in every one.
Yeah, but I believe he's off the boil, but it's not because he believed his own hype or.
Then wouldn't you say now it's the best time to drop him, give him a bit of rest, let him rethink about things. Possibly see Cornet play, see what Cornet's doing well on that right hand side. Give him some ideas, for example.
And Elbow says, I think Bowen should take a seat for Cornet for a few games. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, again, I would almost feel the same with Bowen as I did with Antonio coming off the bench. I would love to see Jared Bowen run at tired defenders for 30 minutes. That'd be that'd be beautiful.
I will say, Lucas, I know you said that Cresswell done good yesterday. I don't think it was that good.
Beaver is in the building.
I'm in the gas, mate.
Oh, for fuck's sake, James.
I know. I've heard you banging on about like Sancho and fucking not talking about transfers, you bastard. But you know, how are you? Triggered. How are you, Mitch? You all right, mate?
I'm good.
Smash a like on the video, people.
Smash a like. Please share with all your buddies and subscribe.
Mitch, I did see you say about that geezer last night, but what actually happened?
Mate,
when you messaged me, I couldn't believe it.
It wasn't much. Just the bloke bumps into me. That's all.
You're famous, Mitch. You're famous amongst YouTube there, sorry.
When I done West Ham Fan TV, I used to get people bumping into me a lot and just say, "Oh, I recognise you. How you doing, Mitch?" And shake my hand.
Here's some weird, funny, interesting news, real quick. Miguel Aziz has left Arsenal to join Ibiza on loan.
Ibiza,
yeah.
Second division. Apparently, they're a club in the second division of La Liga. That is actually that's actually really cool. They've got to be the most lit club in the world.
Mate, Ibiza's like the size of Isla Sheppey, mate. Do you know what I mean?
Never knew that football club there.
Happy
weird,
says,
doesn't it?
Happy
Bible Paul playing up front.
Love Bowen,
what did you make?
To feel like he has competition. Yes, I totally agree.
What did you make of it last night, Mitch? What you saw over there,
James? It was much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First half, we weren't.
I was confused why you and Lucas were raving about Cresswell, saying you done well last night.
Have we done all right?
I wasn't raving.
Well, you gave me a 7. It was just good performance from Cresswell. I personally did say that.
I gave him a high 6, bro. What are you on about? No, you're definitely chatting. Do you know what I mean?
No, Lucas gave me a 7.
Who was your best player last night?
For me, really, really tough.
Right.
I'd probably go. I don't know.
You can say his name. It's fine.
No, it's not Suchek. Suchek is second, I'd say. First, probably. probably say Kera, actually.
Kera was good last night, mate. I'm not gonna lie.
Then
Right. He was good. He was good. What do you make of Paqueta in the person?
In the flesh, when I saw him coming on, I was jumping up and down like a little 3-year-old schoolgirl. I was proper buzzing. I was really excited. I was like, "Oh my god, he's here! What's going on?
He's here!
And then that said Lucas Paqueta, I thought, "Fucking yeah!"
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
Mate, this game's awful. The quality's terrible. Leicester look top poor. It's open as fuck.
What did I
Harvey
say to you, Mitchell? Harvey Barnes, his name. He's not Harvey Price.
What about Jane Sancho?
Oh, fair enough. I did tell you Leicester struggled this year, bro. And you wouldn't believe me. You said no.
Mate,
no, you was with West.
It's the first 5 games in. Look, we've struggled. Oh, yeah. What about us? We've struggled.
Yeah, but we ain't losing our best players, mate.
They've lost Fofana. That's it.
No, they've lost Fofana. They've lost Schmeichel and all, mate.
Yeah, still got Ndidi. Still got Tielemans, so if it was lose. And Madison.
Yeah.
Harvey Barnes.
Are you surprised?
Vardy.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, man.
Bottom half finish, bruv, all day long. Are you surprised they kept Tielemans?
I'll probably say like 12th, actually. Huh?
You surprised they've kept Tielemans?
I am. I would have thought it was him. What? The fuck?
I'm sorry. I just saw it. I just saw a really good tweet. So
what?
Mitch, you wouldn't understand. Fever, you might not understand either because you haven't watched All or Nothing Arsenal. Which don't get me wrong, I hate Arsenal, but it was an absolute hilarious watch. It was an absolute comedy.
Oh, maybe I'm about to sign El Bilal Toure, who was linked with earlier on today.
Who? Not Toure from Wolves.
No. El Bilal Toure. He's from Ligue 1. But there's a Amazon Prime Video Sport tweeted, "No better way to start the season," and it's a picture of Arsenal's fixtures with Mikel Arteta, and someone quote tweet says, in quotes, "Now let's go out here and win this fucking game, guys." I'm telling you, that All or Nothing was pure comedy, and like just hearing Mikel Arteta's halftime and pre-match speeches were so funny. He's just like, "Guys, Thomas Edison invented electricity. We must bond together, rub our hands, grab your hands, hold hands." His metaphors need to be worked on.
Do you get hyped as much as West Ham Online does about Arteta?
No, I hate Arsenal.
He rims the fuck out of Arteta and Arsenal.
I don't think Arteta is that great.
He does. I'm not gonna lie, he fucking does.
I'll give Alfie a pass because I think
Arteta's fucking fecal matter with paella on that all around his lips.
I love Alfie, but I think he's just more of a fan so he like really believes in him, which I can respect, but like I don't know. I think he's a decent manager, but like you can't tell me he's been good with like his history of the past seasons that he's managed. He hasn't been good.
He's had a good transfer window. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
James Madison with a free kick here.
And they've started off well, obviously, but again, they haven't really. They played Palace 2-0 is a solid win. Leicester is shit. Bournemouth is shit. Fulham.
They struggled against Fulham. I watched that game. They struggled big time.
But
they could have drew that game quite easily, or even lost that game.
I'm not going to give Fulham the Palace respect. Like, yeah, it was they won. Fulham aren't the worst, but I don't think they're as decent as Palace. And then they pulled out a 2-1 against Villa, who are absolutely dog shit and have possibly the worst manager in the Prem.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
What do you make of Arsenal as in like title challenge?
No shot.
Possibly.
If you're talking in terms of placing on the table.
Right.
Yeah, because Liverpool are struggling because of injury.
If Arsenal beat Man United on Sunday, they've got to be in the fucking conversation, surely.
United are shit.
They need to see how they do against the bigger sides. I think Spurs and Chelsea and City and Liverpool, if they can beat them, then yeah.
Exactly what Korax is saying here. Arsenal spent like £450 million backing Arteta. He should be winning games with that funding. That is absolutely correct. Like when he finished 8th and 6th.
They've spent like 450 million under Arteta.
Fuck it.
He said like. He said like,
no,
but
well, how long has he been there?
No way.
He has, Mitch. I'm telling you now. Right, they spent 130 million last season, and he's been there the same amount of time as Moyes.
Where's the other 300 million come from then?
Well, he spent money this season. Jesus, how much did Jesus cost?
45.
They bought Saliba before. I reckon
he
he's
didn't
not
buy
far off
Saliba.
450.
He didn't buy Saliba.
And they did spend £75 million on Nicolas Pepe.
Emery.
That is one of the worst transfers in the past 10 years. You got to remember, Arteta spent £75 million on Nicolas Pepe. That was
Arteta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Oh yeah, was Arteta? Yeah. No, it weren't. It was
It was Emery.
Was it Emery?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's spent about 400 million though, Mitch. When you think about it, and that's including wages and all.
3.5 years he's been at Arsenal.
What, including wages? What?
I reckon he has spent a few quid, Puff. I'm telling you. When you look at the signings,
No, but I'd like someone to get up. Be interested.
I would say Arsenal right now are in a good space because they have a very good amount of like young, hungry players that don't ever really seem satisfied. Like Martinelli is a baller. He is very good. And
in games where they're down, they don't have a plan B. No leaders, no real leaders to pick them up.
I agree, but at the same time, I do respect clubs that if they don't have a plan B, they go out and play their game.
But they've got injuries. Say injuries, like they've got their bench is awful. They've got Nketiah, Smith Rowe, and that is it for attackers. And we're just going for.
Hold on.
Look who is in the building. Sir Daddy, I am in Twitter jail right now. Oh my gosh. Twitter ratioed you, Sir Daddy. That's not good. They gave you the L+ ratio. That's not good. I hope you get back soon.
That is not good, mate. If Sir Daddy's out of action. Do you know what I mean? Mitch, I'm going to ask you, because I asked Lucas earlier. What's West Ham's best signing this summer?
Best signing, can't judge a Gage yet, I don't think, because I haven't seen him enough.
Yeah.
Our best signing, I think Paqueta. I do think Paqueta. Even with money considered, I think in this market as well, I think he's our best signing. Yeah.
I think it is for like
quality.
Yeah.
Even value for money, I think 50 million this market. I think that's great. It's good value. It's bang on. Looking at what Wolves paid for Morgan Gibbs White. Fafana going for 70 million. Gordon linked for like 60 million moves. I think.
Yeah.
For a Champions League quality player who's really massively going to improve. That's guaranteed. I've still got doubts of Skamaka. I said at the time, I think he's a good player. Don't know if he's really suited to us. I argued with people on Twitter saying Tony and David would have been better fits for us, which they would have been in my opinion. But I was
people wanted Broja.
Huh?
People wanted Broja, and I wonder where Broja's going.
Skamaka's better than Broja.
I agree. What about Kira? Yeah.
Good, but he's I'm still worried with him. I think he's a superb player. Technically, I just think he has got a mistake in him, unfortunately. I do feel like if he becomes a regular starter and starts every game for us, which I think he will now,
right?
Sometime in I don't know, maybe a few games time, whenever it is, I think he's going to have like a Harlem mistake in him, or I just think he's going to do some dodgy stuff. Unfortunately, I could just see it. I don't know. I just feel he can be a bit rash. Okay, but if he can kind of calm himself down a bit more, then he's a superb defender. I think on the ball though, he's absolutely fantastic bloke. Defensively, I think does get a bit too sucked into things sometimes. Gets a bit excited. So for me, I don't think he's guaranteed to do well. I think Paqueta's guaranteed. I think Paqueta for me.
Ben Brereton Diaz could be going to Everton, mate. Everton
can't give a fuck.
He was in talk.
Fulham got rejected today.
Eh?
Yeah. Fulham were trying to get him as well. But for what it's worth, I said Aguerd is our best signing, even though I know he hasn't played. But I have that feeling he's going to be absolutely mustard.
He's going to be class, bro. He's going to be
absolutely and you know what? I really do think Billy Gilmore to Brighton is a very solid transfer.
That's a smooth transfer for Brighton. You know what I mean? Brighton don't go glamorous with their signings, but
I've always liked what I saw from Billy Gilmore. Like he's a bit like frail, but I like his style. I like his play style.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a quarterback in the midfield. He just wants to get the ball and spray it around.
Well, Jack's in the house. I'm going to bring him in. Let's see what he's got to say for himself.
Hello,
Jack.
Jack,
how are you doing?
Evening.
Good. How are you guys?
All good, mate.
I'm fantastic.
All good. Jack, assess last night for me, please, mate. Analyse it for us.
We were good, weren't we? I thought we were really good. I think it was a difficult match, mainly because of their quality once they get over the halfway line. But I thought we did a really good job, particularly on Davinson Sanchez, of isolating him in possession and then forcing him to play backwards a lot.
He could have got sent off last night as well.
Really?
Are you talking about the overhead kick?
Yeah.
I didn't think there was much in that personally. I thought we did in terms of what we did, I thought it was a good kind of high press and then dropping off into a low block right tactics to play against them. Sometimes a little bit frustrating to watch because Conte teams, when they get ahead, can just get into second phase possession and just play really slow and pass the ball around the back and frustrate the home team. That's kind of what they want to do. But I thought we kind of dealt with that really well and didn't overcommit to too much and just waited until the game turned in our favor. And I think in a way, probably unfortunate not to win it because we had so much of the last 15 minutes of the game.
Who surprised you for West Ham last night, as in personnel?
In terms of who played or in terms of performances? It was pretty much the exact team I would have picked. I think Mitchell interacted with my tweet beforehand. I think I had Souček out and Emerson in, but I would have played a 3-4-3 with pretty much the same ideas. And then performance-wise, I was super, super impressed by Said Benrahma off the ball. Usually can be a little bit erratic with the way that he presses. Lots of energy, but not necessarily like timing it brilliantly. Not necessarily like.
I like the way he played last night. I thought
he was great.
Last night, I mentioned this to Fever. It's a bit weird, but he kind of played like Vlasic, but in a good way, or for the reasons I like Vlasic. Like Vlasic didn't really take many risks, but he always seemed to kind of play the correct ball that Moyes wanted to be played. Because I think we can all agree Moyes definitely does get a bit frustrated when he tries to make too much out of something and doesn't stick to the basics. But even though he didn't have like an outstanding performance, I love the way he played. He made the right passes. He didn't fiddle around with the ball too much. That's what I like to see from Benrahma personally. And then you will have those games where he will show you a bit more, and that's when we get off our seat.
Yeah, for sure.
He played two well-weighted passes at the start of the game, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Care to Fornals to Benrahma to Antonio
lovely.
Off the post. That was absolute poetry in motion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that side looks really strong in that system. The Benrahma Fornals combination on the left looks really quite good. Fornals, but I think it's quite easy to not see it because a lot of the time you notice the player making the presses higher up the pitch. But
we need a bit more 1-2 passing in the squad. We're too.
What in terms of midfield?
Just in general, like the 1-2 passing is like creative. It's creativity, which
I'll be honest with you.
For me, I feel like we're always lacking creativity. So
I thought our passing was a hell of a lot better in the midfield last night.
It was. I still think the movement needs to be a lot better. I think the movement for midfielders and the attackers needs to be so much better. We're so static still.
I think particularly on the right side, right?
Yeah, Bowen. Bowen. His problem at the minute, he's just isolated by himself. He's not coming inside. I think Bowen's has been so shit. Even yesterday.
What did you think of Kara last night, Jack?
Really good. I basically said this all of last season on the podcast we do with KUMB about centre backs and talking about 1-2 passing. Like, you need someone who's going to speed it up in first or second phase, and to have someone who can do that and play straight through the lines just allows everyone else to pass the ball much quicker. So he brings that in a way that no one else has done really to the back line. I don't know. I heard you talking about him beforehand and saying that still some kind of concerns about him defensively. I think as a coverer, that is the main worry with him. But I think he'll be fine when partnered in a 3 with a Gerd. The worry right now is with the blend of Kara, Cresswell, Zuma in that 3. You can get exposed by wingers making runs in between the wing backs and the centre backs, because Kara and Cresswell have moments where they don't necessarily track perfectly.
Do you think Kara's looked good in a back 4?
Maybe with a Gerd in some games, but really I think he's a system back 3 signing.
What is his natural position? Right back, is it?
Centre back.
Centre back, but he's played a lot of games at right back in his career. Yeah,
I think he played like half his games last season, or just for PSG in general. At right back, I think he played like 26 games. PSG.
I think he played 40. I done like sort of like a scout report on him, and I think he played like 42 fucking games last year for PSG in all competitions, like in the league and like League Cup games and even Champions League games. So I think we've nabbed this geezer quite for cheap, for 10.1 million
pounds. It could be a farce.
I think the thing with him is he's one of those players that you need to be able to enable with the right personnel around him, and he can look really poor if you've got him in the wrong setup or the wrong players to cover his deficiencies. But if you've got the right players around him, then he can be really, really good.
What is the best signing for you, Jack, this summer?
It's a difficult one because I think Scamacca has such a high ceiling, and I would never have imagined us even being in the market for a striker that good. So I think that's a really good signing just in terms of value from a sort of financial position. But it's going to be one of the more difficult ones to enable for David Moyes, because it's not necessarily the perfect kind of striker for Moyes, certainly not Moyes at West Ham. So I think there are going to need to be some adaptations to get the best out of him. Paqueta's a really strong signing because he fits into how we already play. And will also be able to play if we want to be a little bit more dominant of the ball. So it's quite a lot of money, but I think in terms of his adaptability, he's almost the perfect player because he can step straight into the system we already play and be one of the best players in the team.
Yeah.
Nottingham with another signing. Jesus.
Who they signed now?
Look, Bade or Bade.
It's a good signing. Bade from
on
Rennes.
Loan with a buyout from Rennes. Medical has just been completed. For Christ's sake, where are they? 24, 25 now?
Yeah. It's a lot. Who's had the best window in the Premier League for you, Jack?
Oh, fuck, that's a difficult question. Impressed by Brighton. I think some of Brighton's movement has been really good.
What do you think about the Billy Gilmore signing?
I quite like it at the value. I quite like it at the value. I think it's very low risk, and I was really unimpressed last season with him, but at that price point, given his skill set,
do you know?
9 million. It's an incredibly low risk for someone with the amount of game time at his age.
Yeah. He's going to get better. He ain't going to get any worse, I don't think. So it is like,
and also they'll be able to. It's similar to what I was saying about Kara. They'll be able to enable him better than Norwich could. So I think he'll look like a much better player for Brighton. I think lots of teams have had a really good win. Arsenal have done really well in the window this year. I think
we've had the best.
Jesus is. Do you think we've had the best?
I think we have.
I think for personnel, we have as in when you look at that group.
That's what it meant.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, Mitch, we would have went out and got championship players. We've gone out and got proven internationals. We've got a German international, Italian international, Moroccan international.
And I'm glad about that. I'm glad. I was worried that from before. I did say, I know people were saying to me when I was talking about transfers and that before the summer transfer window, it was linked to Baron Barrett and Diaz, Keane Lewis Potter, and I know you was keen on him as well.
Yeah,
I was like, they're decent players, but with where we are now, we can look at the players of quality like Skamaka, like Aged, like Paqueta, and we have done. So that's why I'm buzzing with that, and that's why I was slightly concerned because you can only go so far with championship players. You're not going to sign championship players, and they're going to come in and absolutely smash it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, there's a reason why they're championship players. You could get a good amount out of them, but with the level we're at now, and where I think the fact that we're situated in London as well, we've always said that's a massive point for players joining, and how appealing the Premier League is nowadays.
Yeah,
I think that is a big thing, especially seeing massive big signings coming in from so many clubs. Players are going to be like, fucking hell, let's go. I would love to join the Premier League one day and see West Ham finish 72 seasons in a row playing Europa football. They're like, fuck it, I'd 100% be up for joining it.
It's the best window I've ever seen at West Ham.
Ever. Yeah, and for the people in the chat, Ainsley Maitland-Niles on loan to Southampton with an option to buy. Let's keep the news rolling because it has hit an absolute.
Southampton have done really well in the window. Got to say, Southampton have been brilliant.
Joe Rebo's good player, good signing.
Oh, he looks tasty.
Bella Kotchap is a really good signing as well at the back.
Who do you fear this year, Jack, to go down? Obviously, Bournemouth, I think, would be the first name off your list.
Bournemouth look in trouble. I think Forest, it might be quite difficult with the number of players and just getting that to.
If you had to predict a certain time in the calendar year, you think that team could gel, where would you pinpoint? Because I said earlier, I was like, with the amount of players they have signed, there's no way they gel until at least Boxing Day, New Year's
I think
Day.
March. I think it'll be the end of the season. They start.
It's going to be too late.
I think the World Cup could really help them, though.
Yeah,
I think because I don't know how many of them will go away to the World Cup, and that might give them the time they need to work together and have a really strong second half of the season, because it's a strong squad. It's just whether the characters work with each other, and because it's not just about whether they blend on the pitch, it's whether the dressing room works, because it's just a completely new set of characters from different leagues around the world.
Yeah. So who do you think will struggle for you then?
So Bournemouth, I'd say Forest, because there's just too many unknowns right now to be too confident about them. And then it's very difficult because some of these teams have started really well, but I worry about Southampton.
Well played, United.
Mainly because I think that squad lacks a little bit of experience and know-how, and if things do get difficult and they have a run of bad results, I'm struggling to see who the characters are other than Ward-Prowse, Walker-Peters, who are going to really turn that around. And Leeds could be an interesting one, I think, as the season progresses. Some good players, but again, I worry about areas of that squad if they get key injuries. The depth options are nowhere near the quality of the first team.
Are you surprised with Leeds letting Dan James go on loan to Fulham?
I don't know, because I think that they were doing that. Has that happened now?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they've just signed William from Corinthians.
Yeah, I know. So
awful signing, I think he's an awful signing.
I'm assuming Leeds' other deals haven't come off because they were in for Dieng. I know Gakpo fell through this morning.
Dieng fell through.
I don't know that really Dan James had a huge amount to offer for Leeds on paper anyway this season. The worry is obviously if you let someone go like that without getting a replacement through the door, that if they do have the same injury problems this season up top, and it's not started particularly well with Gelhardt and Rodrigo both getting injured in the last game, then they could end up being light in that area again. Problem, Dan James wasn't very good at playing that role anyway last season, so they might just be taking the view.
I'm still trying to figure out how United got 30 million Great British pound for him to this day. There needs to be an investigation.
Well, he's a bit of a.
I cannot believe that was a year ago when they signed him. Like they signed him in January or the summer window.
January, I think.
I think it was January, I'm pretty sure it was, yeah.
It feels so close.
What do you make of our
going for 40 million pounds?
What do you make of our Aubameyang going back to London with Chelsea, Jack?
Chelsea needed a striker. The fact that it's come to this, Aubameyang's career on the last day is just—it's a mess.
That was beautifully worded.
It's a mess.
It would do right for him. I think it would light the world on fire.
But he could do well. But in terms of from a squad building perspective, what they've done there has been so sort of, I don't know, is ship-shap the word? Just kind of all over the place in terms of what their plan was and how they've managed to bring that together. It just hasn't happened in the way that you'd hope for Chelsea.
Would you be surprised if Gallagher and Broja are still there tonight?
No.
Well, they will be now.
I wouldn't be surprised because I don't think they know what their best team is. I don't think they know who their key players are going to be this season. I just really don't think they know what's going on at the moment. So I think they want to keep everyone.
It'd be very risky to do that, to let them go, especially like when Jack said they don't even know what their best team is yet.
I mean, just looking at their lineup the other night against Southampton, right? They played 4-2-2 and they had Sterling, Ziyech, Mount, and Havertz all in the same team. It's like
another player who has not had a good start, Mason Mount. Not a good start.
I'm gonna have to shoot off in a sec because I'm on to Hammer Chat in 2 minutes. But
no worries, mate. I'll let you go now if you want. Jack, I really appreciate you coming on, mate. Give us your time.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for coming on, Jack. All the
best.
Man. That was Jack,
I think
mate.
keeping Broja I think he's awful. In Chelsea, it's the wrong decision from them.
Yeah.
He won't do well for him. I reckon he'll score 2 goals.
Who? Broja?
Yeah.
Oh, James, real quick. Were you listening to like my little spiel on how I got into West Ham, and then I talked about how there is this town in Maryland that had a sponsored international academy with West Ham?
No, I heard a little bit of it, and I shot off and I could do.
Basically, I think I've told you a story before, but after I started watching West Ham in 2015, there's a town in Maryland. It's called Crofton, Maryland. It's about 35 minutes away from
Madison.
Oh. I'm about to see it right now. Oh, great strike! Was that off the post?
I think so. Yeah, let me pause it.
But there's a town in Maryland, Crofton, Maryland, about 35 minutes away. They had a sponsored a collaborated international academy camp or whatever with West Ham. And I took a picture of it one day because it was just absolutely mad to me. And then I found it. How crazy is that?
Mate. That is mad.
Yeah. That was when
You are a big hammer, mate.
That was when I was still driving a Jeep Cherokee. I have upgraded massively now.
What I do want to know is why Mitchell don't like talking about a car, mate. That's what I want to know. But Mitch, have you lost your license or something?
James, I'm not going to talk about it.
100% he's lost his license. Mitch, you looking forward to Saturday? Chelsea away.
Oh, did you?
Buzzing.
Mitch, tell them about the seats.
Most excited I've been for West Ham game. You know what, mate? Probably since Frankfurt at home, actually. Yeah, I cannot wait. I'm buzzing for this game. Really excited.
What's your next away game?
I'm not a big fan of home days anyway.
What's your next away day apart from Chelsea?
I don't know. I haven't got tickets for next away game. I might get it. Oh, I got to do better than that. Harvey Barnes, ginger cunt. Got to do better.
Told you, mate. Leicester are in trouble this year, bro.
Harvey Barnes, what is that all about? Shocking.
Oh, goodness. It looked like he was trying to clear the ball instead of head it in the goal.
So what do you lads make of Ainsley Maitland-Niles going to Southampton? Right.
Decent signing for him. I mean...
He's all right. Who did he sign for against Southampton, did you say?
Yeah.
Mate, barely. I don't think he'll barely start.
Again, he's
okay.
He's a good utility player, but like really, he's like an emergency guy. He's like a better Ryan Fredericks.
Yeah,
I'd actually rather Fredericks at right back than Maitland-Niles. Fredericks was one of the most disrespected West Ham players I think I've ever known, in my opinion.
Really?
Personally. Yeah.
Serious?
People hated him when last season when he put in better performances last season than Soufal over the season.
Yeah.
And he still got disrespected, and Soufal, everyone blamed on his injury, and that really pissed me off. And I thought this bloke, it started really well to season until he had his injury. Yeah, he just got disrespected. I was so upset because I really liked Fredericks.
If Memphis Depay goes to Chelsea, we need to get that bastard Pulisic in the door on loan.
Huh?
If Depay goes to Chelsea, we need to get Christian Pulisic in on loan. He is absolutely hating life at Chelsea.
So let me ask you both, what is the weirdest signing of the summer window? Like, what sign you look at and you think that really don't make no sense?
Lucas Paqueta to West Ham.
I was thinking that, but
Gianluca Scamacca to West Ham.
And you can't include West Ham in this.
If we could get them all up and you could go through them, then I'd probably find them. But because it's so obscure, that's probably why they don't stand out to me. I don't know, mate. Any big clubs sign any average players down there? Or
obviously, well, we could go through it. Like City, they signed their players. They got their done. The Liverpool one's a weird one though. Liverpool leaving it to the last minute.
Mate, Arthur Melo, that's a weird signing for them. I think they could have done a lot better.
Yeah.
If he was a Brazilian and his name was Arthur fucking Pendragon.
Arthur Malinho.
He's from England. Then I think he wouldn't be.
I don't want to use a Nottingham because they've signed so many players, but I do think Michy Batshuayi is pretty strange to.
I was thinking that then.
Right.
Flynn Downs, very strange signing, really, out of the blue.
Oh, I was just gonna. You must have just read my mind because when you said Batshuayi, I thought about Flynn straight away. I was thinking, like every other player we've signed is an international, isn't it? For their country. Then you got Flynn Downs in there, which is strange, but do you know what I'm saying? I think Vieira for Arsenal is a weird signing. I really do. I don't see where he.
I think it's weird because he hasn't really played that much, but I think he's had a little bit of a knock, but I think he's a decent player. I'm trying to think. Who am I missing?
Onana to Everton is a weird signing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a great
Oh my gosh, man, your eyes absolutely lit up. Yes.
Mitch, I thought you was gonna kill someone with him.
Casemiro to Manchester United. Weird. I think that's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say that. Even Isak to Newcastle.
Yeah, but they've always I don't know. They've been looking for that.
He's a player. Fuck me.
He does look.
Yeah, but did you hear? Did you hear what Stuart Pearce said about him?
What?
Right, West Ham were in for him, yeah, as a striking option, and Stuart Pearce at the time was scouting him in Spain, and said that they weren't convinced he could cut it in the Prem. I watched the Liverpool.
Fucking idiot!
He admitted that out loud.
He did, mate. I have to find the clip.
Stu.
Mate,
Psycho
Isaac, you know what? I never thought of Isaac as a proper target, but he actually would have been an incredible signing for us.
Oh, what a ball!
Much better. I think he's much better than Skamaka personally.
Yeah.
Leicester had very good build up right there.
And much more suited to our style of play, really.
Yeah.
Oh.
Who else? Let's have a think. Who else is there? Tottenham, Wolves.
Bruno. Oh.
He scored.
Oh, Rashford,
Nah.
that is poor.
Just awful
Oh,
from
mate,
Rashford.
who's the other one? I'm going to go through them quickly. Hold on.
Here comes the fucking lesbian. Casemiro.
What do you make of Fulham signings?
What do you make
Their
of
signs
Firmino
are-
and Golden scissoring?
Who? Who?
Roberto Firmino and Anthony Gordon, two lesbians of the Premier League. What do you think about them scissoring?
I won't even think about it, bro. Not at all. I can't even put me out of stride. Fulham. I think Fulham are going to stay up this year, you know.
Yeah,
They could.
I've got them down as 14th for my predictions, James. So,
Yeah. Who's your free to go down there?
you know what? Could you find it? I think I've got Forest in there. Forest, Bournemouth.
I think you've definitely said Bournemouth. I remember you saying Bournemouth, 100%.
I think Everton.
You said.
I've got Everton.
I think Everton's everyone, yeah.
I don't know, mate. Like, you know what? It could be Brentford. You know, it could be Brentford. It could be.
No,
I think
It
Brentford.
could be Leeds. It could be Everton.
I said.
I think Wolves are in trouble, mate.
I said Bournemouth, Fulham, Everton.
Wolves are really struggling to score at the minute.
Yeah. And listen, I had a bet on them last night, yeah, and the fuckers let me down for a few quid. And I thought they was a great bet against Bournemouth. And like,
They had
him and
the
his
chances.
missus like one.
They had the chances.
Mate, you
They
should
did.
count Bournemouth. Bournemouth just can't fucking score and they can't create big chances.
I heard what you said earlier on, yeah, about Neto. Right, I'd love him at West Ham, mate, on that left hand side.
Yeah, I'd love him.
Oh, he'd be quality.
You know what I mean?
Because the thing is, people say, "Oh, but who'd he replace?" This time, by the end of this season, either one of Ben Rama, Cornet, or Bowen would have had a bad season. I think that's guaranteed. So
Right.
if one of them have a bad season, but Neto could take one of their places.
I'm going to ask you a question, yeah, right? But on September the 1st, 2023, what players do you reckon will be at West Ham next season?
Fucking hell, James. Not a clue, mate. I couldn't even give you a name.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
right. I
don't
will
know.
fire out names at you, yeah?
Go on.
Is Declan going to be here next season?
Yes.
Oh, you said, no, who's going to be here? I think you meant like who's going to come. And
Yeah,
sign.
no, what I mean is, like, who's going to be here? Because if players don't perform, they're going to leave, and then other players are going to come in next season.
We're going to
Might
win the
keep going
conference league. We're going to win the
I think
conference
Rice
league.
will leave.
We're going to win the conference
Yeah.
league.
Dawson.
And Declan will stay. He said
Yeah,
stay,
Dawson.
not leave. Or did you say leave?
No, who's going to be like leaving next season?
Oh,
basically?
okay. Dawson.
Cresswell.
Yeah, Chris Wells a shout. Yeah.
Either one of Cornet, Ben Rama, or Bowen will have gone, I think. Skamaka possibly leave.
I think Fornells will go next year, mate.
Nah,
I honestly
I
do
think
believe that.
Skamaka could leave.
You reckon?
I'm really 50-50 on whether, mate, there's no doubt it is quality, but I just don't think Moyes will play. I'm 50-50 on whether he'll do it for West Ham. And I think like Skamaka might, and in the season with the system we play, if Moyes don't budge, which I don't think he will, I reckon Moyes could come out and say we're not budging, and Skamaka could say fuck it. I'm an Italian national. I need more game time. I need to be playing a system that suits me. Fuck it. I'm off to Ajax or fucking, I don't know, wherever.
Cockney rejects.
Make it 26. Make it 26. Right. Serge Aurier to Nottingham Forest. Jesus.
Any in-goings or out-goings yet, boys? No. We are patiently waiting. But
nothing.
Still,
mate, nothing's coming in tonight.
So
wait a second. Oh my God.
Put waiting, Mitch.
Because Curry's on the way. That's the big announcement.
That's the announcement, 100%.
It's 9:20. I don't need that late. Oh my God.
I eat any time of the day.
Oh my God. I was going to score then. No, nothing. It's nothing.
Leeds winger Dan James is having a medical at Fulham. It's on here.
Come on, Leeds. Oh, Leicester.
Told you, mate. Bottom half, mate. 100%. They are bottom half table team this year.
Home is Madison. I tell you what. If we've got a good budget again next season, we do well. I'd love him in the team.
Whose position does he take?
Fornells.
He just said he did. He said Fornells. I think Fornells goes next year, mate. I'm honest.
No, I think he'll stay. I just think we need better than Fornells. It's hard to swing consistent.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not being honest.
His shooting's awful. Passing's really hit and miss. Like, you need more quality, I think.
So, who surprised you this year, so far? How many games we played? 5, is it? We're 5 games in, and we've only got 4 points. But what team has surprised you this year?
Jan Vertonghen.
Is it Arsenal for you?
Who surprised me? In what way?
Like team-wise, because Arsenal are unbeaten, aren't they?
I was expecting Arsenal to do well. To be fair. Who surprised me? Crystal Palace. I thought they'd struggle actually more than what they've done, and they've looked quite decent. To be fair,
they still have a goal problem though. Zaha scored like 90% of their goals. That's going to.
Did you see his interview yesterday? Did you see his interview?
He's a cunt. Not because that interview. I just think he's a cunt anyway.
Nice one, Mitch. Monetization's gone. That's it. I'm kidding. No, I thought his interview was good. Like he said that, like he felt gutted. Do you know what I mean? So,
free kick right to the end of the area here for Leicester. If they could grab an equaliser here, it'll make for a very tasty last 30 minutes.
Yeah, he's getting his watching on practice in. Leeds have surprised me. They've surprised me also, mate. I think Leeds are going to do well this year. I really do. Under Marsh,
I think I had Leeds to finish.
Just Marsh is
13th or 14th.
Awful manager.
Oh, you reckon?
Yeah, you're right.
It's because he's a fucking yank.
Nice.
I don't think they'll do well. I think they'll finish like 16th, 17th.
Oh, Leeds.
We all eat Leeds scum. We all eat Leeds scum. Yeah.
Not a chance they finish 16th, mate. Not a chance. You're telling me I think they finish in the top 10, mate. Yourself. I'm being serious, brother. 100%. I was right about Leicester. I'm right about Leeds, mate. I think Leeds are decent.
Leeds you're right about Leicester. What are you talking about?
Leicester are finishing bottom half, bruv. 100%. I told you that.
Say that after like 5 games, James.
How many games they won?
How many games have we won? And we think we're going to finish in the top 7 still?
Oh, no, James. I don't think that. No, we're not finishing the top. We're not finishing the top 7. You know what I mean?
Subpar finish for Leeds.
Right. I will go through Leicester's games so far. Right? Brentford, they was 2-0 up. They drew 2-2. Arsenal. Southampton, they lost. Who else they played recently, Leicester? Who they played the other day?
Keep going.
Away from home.
Keep going. Keep going.
He's gone. Who did Leicester play the other day, Lucas? The weekend. Help me out.
Who
did Leicester play? I can't remember their fucking name.
Leicester team that ain't got a plan B either.
Chelsea.
They played Chelsea
with 10 men.
Yeah, and they played against Chelsea and they lost the game and Chelsea had 10 men. And then tonight they're losing, Mitch. And you think they're going to get in the top 10?
Pinaldo warming up.
James, who said they're going to get top 10?
You said they're going to get top 10, bro. That's what you said to me. You with Alfie, mate. You said, no way they're getting relegated at 14 to 1.
Alfie said,
I said, no way they're getting relegated.
Yeah, I think they could get relegated.
Alfie said there's no way they finish bottom half because they have too much quality and they finish like 8th back-to-back years.
They'll finish 13th or 12th.
I had them finishing. I think I had them finishing 13th or 14th.
James thinks they get relegated. 12. You fucking joking me?
That's Mitch when he's at me. X said Johnson could be injured for a few weeks, so Ashby will be getting game time. Oh. So Ashby stays.
Ashby stays.
You know, the worst fan base. Beautiful ground.
Oh, look. Vlasic has just scored his second goal.
Really? Good. Hopefully we can get 15 million from him in this season. This game, by the way, childhood. So I'm just going for a draw.
Rocky 2 on PlayStation 2.
Yeah. What's the
Explain that game to me. How does it work?
Do training. Look at that.
Right.
Bush.
How is your training coming along, Mitch? Your boxing training.
I haven't started yet.
When you starting that?
I don't know. Probably a few weeks time, hopefully.
Oh wow! Oh. Are you having like a white collar boxing fight? You having a white collar boxing fight?
I don't know. I need to train first, James.
Yeah, but how long have you got to train for? Only a month, surely.
Yeah. Well, before we start sparring, yeah. But it'll be a while. It'll be like, maybe if I really get good, then obviously I'll start sparring sort of happy, which would be good.
Yeah. So have we all got
to spar against?
Have we all got to come down and support you, Mitch, when you like at Circus Town?
Little charity fight. Be good. In this game. Sorry, I just never thought.
That is a game, mate. Like that is a game and a half. Metal Gear. Where's that? 2, is it? 3. Do you remember the original?
1, 2, and 3. Superb.
Number 1.
Yes.
Number 1 was banging, mate. I'm not gonna lie. I used to love number 1, Metal Gear Solid.
I was really shit because it was a tough game, and I was only like 5 when I started playing it.
Well, how old was I? I was about 16. Yeah. Quality game. The best Metal Gear. The best Metal Gear game. I've got to be honest.
For me, number 3 was the best.
I've never played 3. But number 1 was the nuts. What was his name in Metal Gear Solid, Mitch? Little quiz question for you.
Snake!
Yeah. Yeah. I fucking remember that. Wait, it was banging.
Snake! What happened? Snake! Barnes!
Mitch.
Oh!
Mitch, I'm going to ask you, a question for you.
Yeah.
Right. What's the worst game?
Snake! Get up, Snake!
Shut the fuck up, though. Answer me a question.
Sorry.
What's the worst game you've ever bought, mate? You've gone.
Actually, I'll tell you what. When the PlayStation 5 first came out, this game came with it, and I played about 10 minutes of it. Fucking 55 quid. This game was.
Horizon.
10 minutes of it, and to be honest, all I really play is FIFA and COD. The occasional little thing like Fall Guys or something.
Yeah.
This game was supposed to be really good.
Right.
And I played it. Demon Souls. Yeah.
Demon Souls.
A load of nerdy fucking shit. Like geeky fucking if you've got greasy hair to fuck and you smell of cheese, then this is the game for you.
How much that cost you? £55?
Yeah, that's what games cost nowadays, mate. Actually, no FIFA on cards is like £65.
Do you remember Conflict Desert Storm? Do you remember that game on PlayStation?
Nah.
That was a fucking banger.
Was that on PC or something?
No, that was on PlayStation. That was. What's the other one? Battlefield. Remember Battlefield?
Yeah, Battlefield. Yeah.
That was a good game. You could blow up the buildings and go through the buildings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember Command and Conquer? Red Alert.
Command and Conquer.
Command and Conquer. Yeah. Strategy game.
Command and Conquer. No.
That was a
different era to us, James.
Conflict really Vietnam was great. It was. Listen, I'm telling you, I'm rolling back the days, mate. Trust me.
James, do you remember a game on PlayStation 1 called Road Rash?
Yeah.
Road Rash.
Yeah.
We used to be on a motorbike and you start going between, upgrade your motorbike.
Yeah.
For me,
I'll be honest with
and
you,
also Crash Bandicoot for me was my childhood.
Yeah. Do you remember Streets of Rage? You might not remember Streets of Rage, right? But Streets of Rage was fucking immense, mate.
Fever, were you a big arcade guy?
Oh, mate, yeah. I didn't mind the old arcades.
You'll know this. Mitch might not know this one, but I feel like you will. Did you ever play a Crazy Taxi?
Yes. Oh my god.
That's a game of
Did I fuck?
And
X-Men. Here's an story.
Because
when I went to Mallorca when I was about 6, there was this one night I remember my mum and dad just gave me so much money. Actually, I would have been about 7. Mum and dad gave me, I don't know, like £30 or something to spend because they were just enjoying themselves and drinking. I was in the arcade by myself at the age of 7, just fucking doing Time Crisis, House of Dead, and Crazy Taxi for like 4 hours straight.
That's a banger, mate. Yeah.
My 4 hours straight. My dad used to work at a bowling alley. He was a mechanic, and when I'd go there, I would go to work with him sometimes just to hang out because I used to be a bowler. I was pretty good, but when I was younger, I would go to work and hang out with him, just fuck around. And the selection at that bowling alley was superb.
Of what balls?
Like what?
The arcade games.
Oh, arcade games.
What arcade games was there, Lucas?
They had Crazy Taxi, Resident Evil with the guns, obviously. They had the little basketball like hoop shoot.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to remember which pinball games they had.
I never liked pinball.
Huh?
I never really liked pinball.
See that
Rashford's been awful tonight.
That's showing your age because pinball is absolutely phenomenal.
You show my age, yeah.
What about
the cube game? Remember the cube game? You used to have to press the button, and the cubes would go along like you'd have to stop them and make a stack.
Snake
of each other.
Oh, no, that is Stack, I think.
Stack.
But Grand Theft Auto, that's timeless.
Mate, I remember when that came out. Do you remember it was like a little dot, and like you used to get the car and fucking run over someone.
I do have to say, if you went on that game to take out your frustrations on the world, you're a bit of a psychopath.
Yeah. What was the game? The Grand Theft Auto game that
Mitch is having a long, thoughtful.
Is it San Andreas? Is it?
I remember that the Grand Theft Auto like 1 and 2 was both on PlayStation 1, weren't they?
Oh,
and there was that little thing like from
the Miami Vice Grand Theft Auto was superb.
Yeah.
Vice City.
I was never allowed to play it because obviously the shooting and shit and swearing.
We had one super. We're still waiting for your membership, Scott. But that probably won't ever happen for about a month. Give us your best FIFA game, Mitch.
Ooh.
Best FIFA for me.
Mine would be probably 17 or 18, in my opinion.
For me,
what was the
15
one that
was the best, but my favourite it's got to be FIFA 19. In college, I'd just come home from school nice and early, literally do fuck all, just play the fuck out of that. I packed Ronaldo like the first week. I was in school and I was filming something out of class, and I had my weekly my weekly rewards. I packed Ronaldo, and I run around the school field doing laps and shit. I was going absolutely mental, and like these fucking little kids in year 7 were like laughing at me. I said, I don't give a fuck. Like, I've just fucking packed Ronaldo.
So what you do?
FIFA.
What you do? Buy a pack then, do you?
No, you get rewards each week for like doing FIFA Champions
and like opening the app and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember Football Manager, Mitch?
I never played Football Manager. My mates have.
Oh, mate,
it's never been my
fucking
game.
addicted, mate. I remember 03, 04, yes. That's why I'm showing my fucking age. Right? And I used to play it like religiously, non-stop. Like get home and like
304,
I'll do 4 or 5 hours, like no problem. Do you know what I mean? Picking West Ham and fucking trying to get them to the Champions League.
About that the other day. Oh, I was with the other day. That was saying to me about that. Oh, Gavin. When I was speaking to Gavin the other day, he's about the same age as you, I think, Gav. He's about like 35, 34. And he was saying to me as well, like, but Mitch, back in the day, you didn't have FIFA and that, and that wasn't a good thing. You know, and there was no like career mode or anything, and you could buy your own players. The only thing you could do that on was Football Manager, and everyone was just addicted to that back in the day.
That is so true, Corax. Yeah, it's so fucking true. That player, Chino Samba, used to play for Millwall, right? You go and get him, mate, put him up front, he'd score like literally like 40 goals in a season, mate. It's unreal. And he was like, it cost you about 500 grand. And literally, he would score every week. He was like a wonder kid, mate. And yeah. I actually Googled him, right, Mitch, to find out where he is now, yeah? He's like big, some fat geezer, like big puffed up cheeks and all that. But he was like a legend on there. Absolute legend on that game.
Do have a personnel.
So, yeah.
I know Football Manager's still really good. It's just, I'm quite an adrenaline-based person. Like, I love sports that are very adrenaline-based and on my toes. And
about racing games.
Same with games.
About racing games.
I did. I used to love Gran Turismo, but again, not really my thing anymore. As I say, all I really play is FIFA and COD.
I must admit, COD is good. Like, I used to like back in the day. I used to play COD like religiously. Like
days of Modern Warfare 2.
I loved COD 4 Fever. That was my game. I loved COD 4.
What about, do you remember Medal of Honor? Anyone remember Medal of Honor?
Fucking on the PS2. I thought that was shit.
Another good game. Lost Planet was superb.
Yeah, Medal of Honor, man. Fuck me.
Lara Croft Tomb Raider. I used to be obsessed with the fucking game character. I used to fucking fancy her and her fucking like 2D pixel graphics. She used to stand there with like those fucking like 2D tits and that. Like, I was like fucking pointy things. And I used to be like a little 5-year-old boy here. But I used to play it on the PlayStation 1 to fuck.
Was you a Resident Evil fan or Silent Hill? Any of them?
Nah.
Nah.
I didn't really like scary games really when I was younger.
Yeah, no, I really, mate. Nor did I, if I'm honest. I was more. I must admit, I did like. What about Pro Evolution?
Nah, never for me.
Nah.
Shit game.
No, I know it's a massive game. Actually, I went in the Horn Church. I don't know why I've got this vivid memory, but I would have been about 6 or something. And my dad was getting his haircut. I just had my haircut, and I was sitting on the side. I must be like a little 5-year-old boy or something. They gave me a lollipop, and the adults were sitting there playing Pro Evolution Soccer. And I came up to him and said, "Can I play?" And I was playing. I didn't have a clue what I was doing. But I think it's for a young kid, it's really hard to play those kind of games, which is why it's meant more so for like adults and that. All I used to play was like Crash Bandicoot, say Tomb Raider, and Abe's Odyssey as well. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Little alien with the blue headies go, you.
Yeah.
Oh, Bruno Fernandes, that's disgusting.
What's the best game out now?
Ronaldo.
Apart.
Quite defending.
What's the best game out?
Look at it away,
Mitch?
Rashford. Terrible. I would say sorry.
best game out now for you?
Nothing really, mate.
Fall Guys.
Shit.
Fall Guys.
Nothing, mate. To be honest, when FIFA 23 comes out, that'll be the game I play.
Oh, mate, what's that game?
One game I do love, God of War. I played that a few years ago. What a game that is!
Yeah.
Oh my God, incredible!
What is the game that like all the kids, all the like younger kids like love, like with all the different worlds? Fortnite, yeah. You ever been into that?
When it first came out, 2017, yeah. But then when all the kids started getting involved and doing the dances and shit, that's when I stopped playing.
It is a bit of brainwashing.
Is it?
It's just it's cringe.
Superb play from Ronaldo. Really has lost his pace.
Oh my, yes.
So why was it sort of cringe there for you, Lucas?
Just like seeing all the kids doing the dances and like recording
Oh
themselves
my God.
doing it. It's just weird.
Lucas, watch the screen.
Oh, Ronaldo.
Just missed. Fucking hell.
I mean, there was poor contact with it anyway. Even if it went in, I wouldn't have been that impressed.
Mate, I remember. I'll to see what Scott's put in the chat there. Yeah, I remember FIFA. Was it 06? I think it was. Or no, FIFA 96. Going back, yeah, when you could fucking literally get the goalkeeper, come out your box, and just run around everyone and pull it in the net.
Yeah,
mate. Those were the days, mate. Honestly.
That was revolutionary at that time.
Ronaldo's through.
Worst game.
Mama Dian going to Nice. He's going to Nice.
Who is?
I'll tell you what. Yang. I'll tell you a game that was really shit. Right, and I bought it, yeah. Michael Owen's World of Football, I think it was called. Absolute load of crap, mate. Honestly.
No, sounds terrible.
It does sound awful.
Oh, it was awful, mate. 98, that was. That was when like the PlayStation 1 was like lit, really. So, yeah.
Spyro. Fucking hell, Spyro for me. Back on the PlayStation, I used to love that as well.
Spyro. Crash Bandicoot was another one. Crash. Oh, another game that was brilliant on PlayStation, yeah? Destruction Derby. Do you ever remember that?
Derby. No.
Yeah, when they smash up the cars and all that, and basically you build a car and like it's like big fucking smashing your cars up and shit. But yeah, those are the days. Sonic on Sega. Yeah.
Sonic, fucking hell. Sonic, yeah.
Scott, do you remember
Streets
of Rage? Streets of Rage was a banging game, mate. Usually.
Streets of Rage.
Yeah, Streets of Rage it was called. You have characters. It's arcade games, basically, like what Lucas was saying earlier about arcade games. And you pick your character. There was a bird, there was a big geezer, there was a young blonde geezer in it. Yeah, and they all had different like powers and things like that. It was, yeah. But Cockney Reject, I remember that James Quality, the fighting one. What was the best fighting game for you? Because I used to love Mortal Kombat, mate. That was my thing. Like,
I was a huge EA boxing guy. I loved their boxing games.
What Fight Night?
Yeah, Fight Night.
I played a bit of Fight Night on my Xbox.
Don't tell me you was a Street Fighter or Tekken or something shit.
I absolutely loved Tekken.
Oh, fucking leave it at Mitch, man. Fuck me.
What? Fuck off, James.
Mortal Kombat was banging, mate. What's wrong with Mortal Kombat?
Not when I was younger. It was all about Tekken.
Yeah. Was that on the Dreamcast, was that?
Dreamcast? Fucking hell. Before my time, James. Dreamcast? Fucking hell.
Oh, fuck no.
No. Yes, it is?
Yeah. Dreamcast come out in about 90... Fucking hell. How old are you?
21.
21.
It's before his time. It's a bit more mine.
He was in his dad's testicles then.
Yeah.
I actually have an Atari 3000 somewhere in my house right now.
Do ya?
Yeah.
Do you really? That's probably worth a few quid, you know. Scott, you want to come on? Come on. Do you know what? People are buying up all the old PlayStation like games and all that because they know they're going to be worth like a lot of money. Was you a Nintendo fan? Any of you two?
Oh, of course. Mate. Nintendo 64 was banging.
Mate, my Nintendo DS, and I was like in primary school days.
Yeah,
I was addicted to fucking hell, Pokemon and all that. Yep. I fucking loved all that.
Mario Party on the N64 was Mario absolutely bang.
Fucking hell, what a game! Bruno Fernandes.
I must admit, did you ever used to get the Wii?
I was never a big Wii guy. I didn't like it.
I love the Wii. Wii Sports, fucking Mario Kart, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, anything to do with Mario, I just fucking loved.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Oh, yeah. Looks like there is nothing happening.
Rayman as well.
There is nothing happening in the West Ham tonight, mate. I'll tell you that now. I'm quite shocked, really, that Dawson decided to stay in Ashby and all.
It's a shame.
I don't think Dawson decided to stay. It's just kind of
forced upon him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
I'd preferred
him to have gone.
Was you a wrestling fan, Mitch?
Nah, I was anti-wrestling. My cousins loved it. And whenever I used to go Cornwall, my next door neighbour, my good mate Ryan, every time he used to go around, because he had an Xbox 360, I only had PlayStation 3, and he'd have games which I wanted to play. I used to come round, and he'd be sitting there going, yeah. Tombstone Pilot driving his little sister. I'd be like, oh, come on, let's just go play Xbox, for fuck's sake.
Jack and Dexter, wrestling. Phenomenal game. Phenomenal.
Jack and Dexter, oh my God, I had that on the PSP.
I've got to be honest, I agree with Cockney Reject there. The Attitude Era on the WWE was absolutely phenomenal, mate. That game was mint.
I watched wrestling until about like 2009, but I loved Stone Cold, Booker T, Rey Mysterio. I loved John Cena when he first came through. I love my favorite wrestlers of all time was the Dudley Boys by a mile. Dudley Boys were amazing.
I keep forgetting that.
I loved Mankind, Mick Foley. Shout Triple H and Y2K. Who else? How do you not like The Undertaker?
The Undertaker I liked, actually. He was the one I liked. Rest. Because go fuck themselves.
1 hour and 13 minutes to go until the window is shut. Do you find, Lucas, that this window is getting a bit like how it is in America with draft and all that for players?
Yeah. It's just kind of like a crapshoot. It's like really nothing important is really going on. Like it's just the dying hours where really nothing is going to happen. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't really expecting much today. I was expecting Dawson out and maybe one other player in because he was going out, but I don't know. I'm not really too fussed. I think after the news today, I really didn't want Harrison Ashby to go. I obviously didn't want Craig Dawson to leave, but if he had to go for his family, all the power to him. But in terms of just West Ham in general, I think today was a success. We didn't lose Dawson. We didn't lose Ashby.
I don't know. I don't think it is a success, Lucas. I would have hoped that we would have signed another player. And the fact we kept Dawson, I think he's bad because, well,
he's not going to egg it up in the dressing room, though.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I think he'll go in January. I think he'll go in January.
That's a good point. Madison. Oh.
What do you think of this? Doom had great graphics. Doom was a good game. Doom was a good game.
That's before my time.
Do you remember the Die Hard and GoldenEye?
GoldenEye was...
That was a good game.
Nice. The Toy Story N64 game was brilliant too.
So what was your first game then, Mitch, that you got?
it was all like Tomb Raiders and Crash Bandicoot, Spyro. It was all that.
Yeah.
That was like the earliest games I would have played. I did play Sega games only because like I got it for free or something from like car boot sale. So I played like I did play Sonic and I think
in Romford. Was it in Romford?
No, I don't remember where it was, but I know it was in a car boot sale, but I can't remember which one.
Oh, let me tell you, when I was staying in Romford and they were having we call them flea markets. When they were just having like the market and you see some of the stuff that people are selling. I have never laughed so hard in my life when I walked past this woman and man who are selling fake Nikes. And they were so bad.
Oh, no.
What did you think of Romford when you come over, Lucas?
I liked Romford. I like where I stayed. I liked it. I stayed literally right.
Oh my god!
I stayed right next to the market. What else? What I was talking about? Jesus, what a terrible shot!
Terrible.
But yeah, I liked it. The thing I just like about London in general, I just love how you can get on the tube and you literally can go anywhere.
Yeah, I know. So have you booked a date when you're coming over?
Not yet. I'm still waiting to hear from a friend, but excuse me. But I'm gonna try to be over at the latest October 7th.
Right.
And then I'll be over for a month.
Joe, next Thursday, West Ham are in Europe, everyone.
Yeah.
We've got FCSB we got.
The what country is Astragugu from again?
Romania,
yeah. We're playing the Romanian team.
Where are you from, Lucas? New York, you ain't. You from
reject.
Maryland?
I am from Annapolis, Maryland. Right next to Baltimore, right next to Washington, D.C. Right next to Virginia. We call it the DMV, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, because it's all that close. Not the Department of Department Motor Vehicles. Department of Motor Vehicles. Oh, Brendan Rodgers, you are getting sacked soon.
I feel sorry for Brendan Rodgers, mate, if I'm honest. When you lose your best centre half.
I think we mentioned this a couple weeks ago, but I think Brendan Rodgers, this is so funny. I just thought about this. For some reason, I feel like Brendan Rodgers, if you swapped him and Steven Gerrard, they would do better. I think Gerrard would probably do decent at Leicester, and Rodgers would do decent at Villa.
How did you become a hammer? Says Cockney Reject.
No, I told the story like kind of at the beginning of the stream, but I'll try and keep it short. I started supporting West Ham in the fall of 2015, one of my first years at uni, and I used to watch this one YouTuber. His name's Spencer Owen, Spencer FC. He did FIFA content, and he was a West Ham supporter, and he did a couple series like based around West Ham. And I really enjoyed it. And then he did a video on Copa 90, which was why I love West Ham. And it was a very, very good video. And that kind of got the wheels turning. And I haven't looked back since.
Why did you become a West Ham fan, Mitch?
Born into it, my dad.
Family. Your dad, was it?
Yeah.
Where's your family originally from?
East London, probably Parpo.
My
dad's side, my mum's side, Hackney.
Shout out.
Is it all West Ham in your family, or is it split?
No, my dad's sister, Sarah, who moved to Cornwall, which was in like 2001, when she met her husband, my uncle Johnny. They had 2 kids, and they didn't have any local teams in Cornwall, so they just supported. I can't remember why the actual reason is. Henry and Ross, they both support United. I think it's because I don't know. I think it was like the first game they watched, and it was Man United. But they are massive fans. Henry goes to uni in Sheffield now. He's got a big Twitter account, United Henry. He
That it's actually funny. I didn't watch Green Street Hooligans until like literally 5 or 6 years after I started supporting them. I watched.
That is a shit film, though. I got to be honest.
It is a bit cringe.
I've not seen it.
I do have to say, if you become a West Ham fan from that, I mean, like, you're West Ham, so I mean, I love it, but like, the film is a bit cringe. I actually really enjoyed the Cass Pennant film. I thought that was very good. It's just called Cass.
Yeah. What's that?
It's just called Cass.
Yeah, I've got to be honest.
It was really good.
All right, boys. That's going to be me.
What's the one?
Oh, gosh.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go soon as well.
And then come on, yeah?
No, I got to go do something. So I'll probably be on tomorrow.
Good night.
See you later on, Mitch.
Everyone, see you later. Take care, mate.
See you, mate. What were you saying, Fever? You were breaking in and out.
What was the worst film that you've seen? I've seen some shit, mate.
Oh my gosh, there's so many horrible films. I can't think of one recently that I've watched that was really bad. Because me and Mitch basically give each other movie suggestions, and we just like we go through them. We don't really give each other shit. But oh wow, Benfica just signed John Anthony Brooks. Wow, that's weird. But I don't know. I can't remember the last shit film I watched.
I watched a film.
I watched Taxi Driver a couple weeks ago, and I really liked it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I did watch. I watched a film from 2014, called Into the Storm. The biggest load of shit I've ever seen in my life, mate. Biggest load of crap I've ever seen in my life. There'd be like a storm coming. There's about tornadoes and things like that, yeah. And they would throw like leaves up in the air, and they'd be like a blower just blowing them. It was just such a shit film.
You know what? You know what film I actually really liked? I liked Red Dawn. Red Dawn is one of my kind of favorites.
Yeah,
it's a very good movie.
Yeah.
The new and the old one are good.
Yeah,
but
Beverly Hills Cop for me is just yeah.
I've seen. I don't really consider myself a movie guy or like really like movies, but I don't know. I do like fancy them in a weird way. I don't know. I like watching good films. I'm not really into like just watching a film to watch a film. Like I only like to watch stuff that I think is going to be really good. Like I'm not very adventurous when it comes to like film, like searching. Like Mitch, Mitch is a big movie guy. He'll watch like almost anything and like rate it. As with me, it's like if it doesn't look good, I'm definitely not watching it. Like I'm not.
That's like me.
Yeah,
that's like me.
If it looks good, I'll watch it. But like, I don't know. I just can't get myself to watch something I'm not into, and that's like most things in my life. If I'm not into it, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. Do you? Because I wonder whether to wrap this up in the next 3 minutes because there is nothing happening, mate. So much down another hour, nothing happens. How would you assess quickly this window for West Ham?
If I had to give you a rating, it's a weird one because I still think we could use another center defensive midfielder. Yeah. Not like a class one, but just like decent depth. Really, in my opinion, I think that's the only thing we really were missing. We got our left back, whether you like him or not. We got our left back depth. We got another central midfielder in Flynn Downs. We got another attacking midfielder that can play almost anywhere in Paqueta. We got our striker. We got another winger in Cornet. We got probably the best backup goalkeeper in the world in Areola, arguably, in terms of prestige and his standing internationally. I would give our window. Say if we got someone in like Dedendonker, it'd be really, really close to a 10, maybe a 10.
Is it not a 10 for you now?
I'd give it. And don't get me wrong, I've always loved Souček. Like I love the man so much.
Yeah.
But obviously his performances the past year and some change up until last night haven't been very good or the best in the world. So I would have liked to see maybe someone come in for competition. Like Dedendonker, I think, could have pushed Souček a little bit because I think Dedendonker is a solid player. I don't think he's better than Souček per se, but I think he definitely could have pushed him. I'd give this window like a 9, a 9.5, 9.4. If we would have gotten in another center defensive midfielder, it would have been a 10. But I mean, if people want to give it a 10, I don't hate it.
Yeah,
it was a very very good window. Actually, you know what? For the hell of it, I'll give it a 10. I think we got everything we needed, bar another defensive midfielder. I think we're good at left back. I think we're good at right back. We're good at center half once Aguerd comes back. Our midfield is absolutely packed out right now. Great competition in there. And then we're set on the wings. And I know a lot of people, and you included, that you would like to see 3 strikers at the club. I wouldn't mind either, depending on this, 1, the striker that comes in, and 2, if they would accept the role of being the third choice and playing in the cups, maybe get Europa League action. But like that is kind of a tough niche to find. Like I know you were big on Dennis and Broja, but like we all knew if like Dennis and Broja came in, they wouldn't be happy being a third choice striker. And even so, they're fighting for being a backup because Scamacca or Antonio is going to start. But I think if you brush that part aside, I'd give it a 10 out of 10. We did really good. And I mean, today was a bit boring. Well, not really, because Craig Dawson's staying, even though it's a bit of a I don't know what word to use. It's I won't say sad, but I do feel a bit bad for him because he wants to be closer to his family in Manchester. But things just didn't work out in the window for him, and that's a good shout from you. I think in January he possibly could go, and I feel like we'll still get close to the same amount of money that's been offered for him. I think Wolves put in a £5 million bid. I mean, let's be honest, literally anything over like £2 million for Craig Dawson will be good enough. And we're not going to strong arm anybody to squeeze money out of him because we'll be looking after his best interests. And then, and Harrison Ashby staying. So I'd give it a 10.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I think it's 10 out of 10 window for me. Playing at West Ham, ever. Like that.
Cut now, Fever.
Everything we need, I think it's my fucking internet. Everything we need, we've got, so to speak. So I can't complain, really. So, yeah, it is what it is. Do you know what? We've done 4 hours. There is nothing happening. It's time to go.
And you know exactly what's going to happen when we press end broadcast.
I know exactly what's going to happen. But and I'll be fuming. But honestly, I just don't think West Ham are going to do nothing, mate. I think they're very happy with what they've got.
And they should be.
We're very happy. Yeah, I think we're very happy with what we got. Ben better than Diaz. He's staying at Blackburn. He's not going to Everton or Fulham. So.
See, that and what I was just talking about with the whole third choice striker scenario, he might have been one of maybe 2 or 3 strikers we've had our eye on that probably would have accepted that role. Being the third choice striker, you're going to play in the cups. You'll probably fight to play in Conference League, and you'll be an emergency striker in the Premier League if we need you. But I would have welcomed him. I would have welcomed him on board if the price was right. I'm a bargain guy. If the price is right, I'll take anyone. Even Scott McTominay, who I do not rate at all. Actually, no, that's a lie. I wouldn't take him for $5 million. He's the only guy I wouldn't take on. Are
you surprised though, Lucas, that we haven't brought anyone in on loan?
Yes and no. I just feel like we've done so much business that, like, I'll be truthfully honest. I think I was expecting a bit more activity on Conor Gallagher today, to hear a bit more, because imagine if we got him in on loan with like an option to buy. Our midfield would be unreal.
Yeah. I think Moyes is going to wait till January and see what's on offer. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Moyes masterclass. Right. We might as well end it there. 4 hours and 4 minutes. We tried it. You got to watch along. I must admit, watch along idea is good.
Watch along.
Yeah, I must admit, watch along idea I'm up for doing it all. I think me, you, and Mitch. If there's an away game, or Mitch can't get to it a game, we'll do a watch along one night. I think that'd be a right laugh on here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And talk and get it done. Listen, 19 people are left. I had about 60, 70 earlier, and it's gone down there. But obviously, all the other channels are doing their thing, so I'm going to let them.
I think we got to a high of 77.
Yeah, which is good enough for me. I want to thank everyone who's been watching. I really do appreciate every single one who's been watching. I want to thank Lucas who come on towards the evening. I started it off, and we're going to finish it off together. My West Ham, Dawson stays. Ashby stays.
Thank you, Mitch, for coming on, of course, and thank you, Jack, for coming on.
And James.
Giving us some of his time. Yes.
And James also. Yeah, Jack's a good lad, I've got to be honest. Any other guests coming in? No, you blew it out. But do you know what I mean? That is Scotty Ben. What am I doing tomorrow? I don't know. I'm tempted to get a Chelsea fan on for a little preview, but we'll see what happens. Do you know what I mean? I might have tomorrow off, really. Fucking been non-stop for last week. Do you know what I mean? With everything. But thank you, Lucas. And we'll do this again.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Anyway, take it easy, everyone. Look after yourself. And West Ham, please don't sign no one in the next 52 minutes. Otherwise, I will be fucking gutted. Anyway, bye for now.
There it is. I've never found a love like this.